Beneath the ruins, behind the myths, and buried in the bones, ancient history hides secrets it never meant to share. Giant skeletons, vanishing civilizations, rituals for the undead, and monuments built with no known tools aligned perfectly to the stars. This isn't the history you learned in school. It's the kind that keeps archaeologists up at night. Welcome to the most terrifying secrets of ancient history, where the facts are stranger than legends and the questions never die. Before we dive headfirst into the abyss of forgotten worlds, make sure you hit that subscribe button. This channel's your front row seat to history's darkest mysteries. While you're here, drop a comment. Where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Let's see who else is wandering the timeline with us tonight. The Fallowfield Mounds Giants, 1677 CE. In the sweltering silence of a Pennsylvania summer, 1677, a group of colonial settlers stumbled upon something older than their prayers and more terrifying than their superstitions. They were clearing land, hacking through wild thickets, preparing to raise another wooden skeleton of a future town. That's when they hit it. A rise in the land, too symmetrical, too deliberate. A mound not just dirt, but a burial. What they found inside would never make it into most history books. Not because it was forgotten, but because it was inconvenient. Inside the earthen tombs, layered like geological strata, were bones, massive bones. Skulls that didn't fit into known human molds, femurs longer than a man's arm, rib cages like barrel hoops. The settlers didn't have the words for what they saw, so they used the only one that fit. Giants. Not metaphorical, not biblical allegories, literal giants. Towering beings buried beneath the Pennsylvanian soil, their existence inferred only through the monstrous remnants of their skeletons. The Fallowfield Mounds. They whispered the name like a curse, because what they'd uncovered wasn't just a grave, it was a message, a footnote from a lost chapter of Earth's history. Let's zoom out. The mounds were not unique. From the Ohio River Valley to the Mississippi Basin, thousands of earthen structures have been found, many containing oversized remains. The Adena culture, the Hopewell civilization, indigenous groups, whose funerary practices often involved mound building. But the skeletons unearthed in Fallowfield? They didn't quite line up with what anthropology expected. This was the 17th century. Science was still trying to invent itself, and colonial accounts were often unreliable, but not always. The 1677 record from Fallowfield included multiple witnesses, farmers, soldiers, and even clergy who described the remains with disturbing consistency. Some bones were taken, others disappeared. A few ended up in private collections, quietly vanishing into attics and basements of early American estates. By the 19th century, whispers of ancient giants had become a strange, recurring motif in American archaeology. The Smithsonian Institution even cataloged dozens of newspaper reports about oversized bones being discovered during construction or fieldwork across the country. And then, silence, because the bones were gone. No museum displays, no conclusive DNA tests, just an uncomfortable question left to rot under layers of academic dismissiveness. What the hell was under Fallowfield? The immediate explanations tried to rationalize the anomaly. Theory 1. The bones belonged to individuals suffering from gigantism. Fair. But an entire community of them? Buried together, across multiple sites? Theory 2. The settlers exaggerated. Tall tales, misidentified animal bones, overactive imaginations. But colonial records especially, those involving clergy, weren't exactly known for poetic license. These were people whose entire worldview revolved around sin, salvation, and straight lines. They weren't in the business of myth-making. Theory 3. An unknown species of hominin. This one gets less airplay but raises the hair on your arms. If a separate species of humanoid taller, stronger, maybe even older once roamed North America, what happened to them, and why are the physical remains so persistently missing? That's the kicker. Disappearance. Bones go missing, collections get lost. Reports are buried, sometimes literally. There's no grand conspiracy theory being pitched here, no Indiana Jones vault of hidden skeletons. Just a troubling pattern of evidence showing up, then disappearing like smoke. And then there's the weirdest part, the cultural overlap. Because legends of giants aren't just confined to colonial America. Nearly every indigenous group on the continent has some variation of the same story. Massive, ancient beings, builders of great mounds, eaters of men, warriors and gods and monsters rolled into one. The Paiute have stories of the Xochicalco-haired cannibalistic giants driven into caves and exterminated by tribal coalitions. The Navajo speak of the Star-Snake people giants, who used magical powers to enslave lesser humans. The Iroquois tell of stone giants, enormous creatures who roamed the forests before the arrival of man. And in the middle of Pennsylvania, settlers uncovered bones that seemed to back it all up. What are we looking at here? Mythological resonance? Collective hallucination? Or the crumbling remnants of a prehistoric truth we're still not ready to face? Now let's talk metallurgy. Because yes, even this has its fingerprint in iron. Among some of the bones unearthed from early mounds were fragments of tools, objects that shouldn't exist in a Stone Age context. A hammerhead here, a sculpted piece of metal there. Tests later showed some were wrought iron centuries ahead of what was expected for the cultures in question. Did the mound builders, or their giant predecessors, possess knowledge that went beyond what textbooks allow? If they did, where did it go? What if what we consider lost knowledge wasn't lost at all, but buried alongside its creators, 6 feet under mounds we pave over with shopping malls and highways? Picture this. A settler stares down into the hollowed-out gut of the Fallowfield mound. He sees the remains of a being he doesn't recognize. A skull too long, teeth too large, eye sockets that feel like they're looking back at him. The air is still. He doesn't say anything, just drops the shovel and walks away. Because some truths aren't forgotten, they're erased. Here's the real gut punch. We need these mysteries to stay unexplained, because to explain them would be to rewrite too much. Who came first? Who built what? Who knew how? And who was here before us, watching from the trees with eyes 3 feet higher than ours? So we pretend. We put labels on things. We call them ritualistic or symbolic, when we don't know what else to say, and we move on. But the dirt remembers. Every time a new housing development breaks ground in Pennsylvania, every time a bulldozer hits something that clinks instead of thuds, that story threatens to rise again. The story of the Fallowfield giants. They weren't gods. They weren't myths. They were here, real enough to bury, real enough to forget. And maybe, just maybe, real enough to still be out there, somewhere, watching, waiting. But if that sent a chill up your spine, let's make it worse. Because in 1855, across the Atlantic in the frost-bitten countryside of Devonshire, England, something happened that no amount of anthropology could explain. One night, a snowfall, and in the morning a trail, a single file line of footprints stretching for miles, cloven hooves, across rooftops, over walls, through narrow gaps no creature should fit through. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was something else. And it never stopped walking. The Devonshire Footprints, 1855 CE, but context is historical mystery. In the early hours of the 9th of February, 1855, the world outside the English village of Devonshire lay blanketed in silence. A rare snow had fallen overnight, cloaking the rolling countryside in a layer of pristine white. But by dawn, that peaceful tableau had transformed into something closer to a waking nightmare. Because etched across that untouched sheet of snow were tracks. Not tracks in the conventional sense. These weren't made by boots or wheels or paws. These were something else. Cloven, bipedal, impossibly precise. A line of hoof-like impressions, each about 4 inches long, stretched unbroken across the countryside, not just along paths or fields. No, these prints defied terrain. They climbed walls, crossed rooftops, threaded their way through narrow gaps between buildings barely a foot wide. Some vanished at the edge of rivers, only to reappear on the opposite bank as if the creature had walked on water. The prints spanned over 100 miles, and not a single soul saw what made them. This was not the age of high-speed photography or instant communication. News traveled by word of mouth, by telegram, by slowly inked newspapers. But the reaction across the region was immediate and consistent. Terror. The press dubbed it the Devil's Footprints. Because in a Victorian world, bound by religion, what else could leave cloven prints in the snow without breaking stride, without leaving a single hair, claw, or bone behind? People stayed indoors. Doors were bolted. Crosses were hung on window frames. Whatever it was, it had come in the night and no one knew why. Now let's break the first rule of horror. Assume logic. Was it an animal? Some skeptics suggested a rogue donkey or goat escaped from a farm. But the footprints were in a single phyloanatomically incorrect for quadrupeds. And no animal, not even the best trained circus goat, could traverse vertical walls or jump across the thatched roofs of cottages. Others proposed badgers, rats, or even hopping mice. But again, the regularity and scale of the prints killed that theory quickly. Rats don't walk 30 miles without stopping. And mice don't do parkour across rooftops. Then came the idea of weather phenomena. Ice thawing in hoof shapes. Snow falling in such a way that it mimicked cloven steps. That one barely made it out of the fireplace before being laughed into the ash. The prints were consistent, deep, measured, and appeared in multiple locations simultaneously. Witnesses in various towns reported waking up to the same phenomenon, which means either the same entity moved impossibly fast across dozens of miles in a few hours, or there was more than one. Neither possibility is comforting. But let's pretend it wasn't an animal. Let's reach down deeper into the historical muck, where superstition and memory get tangled. Because this wasn't Devonshire's first brush with something like this. Cloven tracks, unexplained and untraceable, appear in scattered historical records throughout Europe. German folklore speaks of the Nachtkrab, a demonic bird-like creature that leaves no physical trace except for clawed footprints in snow. In French tales, the Démon des Pluies was said to descend during storms, leaving behind scorched hoofprints that never melted. Even older, Norse sagas tell of the Hoofwalker, a spirit that travels between realms, always seen by its path, never by its form. And in Devonshire, in 1855, those legends slammed into modernity with terrifying effect. The geography of the event only makes it stranger. Let's talk logistics. Over 30 towns and villages reported footprints that night. The tracks passed through haylofts, over 10-foot walls, and most inexplicably across roofs and into drain pipes less than 6 inches wide. They cut through hayfields, zigzagged across rivers, even appeared in the middle of completely enclosed gardens with locked gates. Animals refused to go outside. Dogs barked incessantly at empty air. Horses trembled in their stalls. In one especially eerie case, the footprints led to a house, ascended to the roof, stopped at a chimney, and then disappeared. Imagine waking up to that. You walk outside, snow crunching underfoot, and find that something walked up to your home in the night, peered into your chimney like some satanic Santa Claus, and then vanished into the wind. No thank you. But perhaps the most unsettling thing about the Devil's Footprints wasn't the event itself, it was what followed. Because nothing followed. The tracks melted with the snow. There were no sightings, no howls in the night, no mass hallucinations, just 100-mile-long scar of footsteps in the frost, and then oblivion. Which leaves us with a few possibilities, all of them bad. Possibility 1. It was an elaborate hoax. Unlikely. Who has the time, energy, and ability to carve 100 miles of cloven hoof prints at night across treacherous terrain in multiple towns without being seen or heard? Oh, and maintain a perfect stride the whole way? Right. Possibility 2. It was an unknown animal. Cool. So now we've got teleporting demon goats with opposable thumbs. Let's all sleep easy. Possibility 3. It was a one-time supernatural phenomenon, which is the scariest option of all, because it suggests the universe occasionally glitches, that reality sometimes allows something in just for a moment, a visitation, a probe, a mistake, and then it shuts the door again, leaving us to scrub the prints from the snow and pretend we saw nothing. Here's where things get weirder, because while 1,855 was the apex, it wasn't the only time something like this happened. In 2009, a similar trail of prints appeared in North Devon. They were cloven, linear, unbroken. The local newspaper ran the story, but it didn't catch fire. Maybe we're too numb these days. Or maybe we've learned not to ask questions we don't want answered. But they're still out there. The hoof prints. Sometimes in snow, sometimes in mud, always in silence. Let's switch lenses. Forget geography. Think psychology. What does it mean when something leaves no body, no evidence, no explanation, but leaves a trail? It's the essence of the uncanny. We don't fear what we can see. We fear what knows how to leave a mark without being seen. The Devonshire Footprints are less about what made them, and more about what refused to show itself. They are the perfect ghost story, not because they speak, but because they walk. They moved across towns like a whispered warning. A reminder that the world is not as rational as we like to believe, that somewhere in the darkness, something stirs. And when it comes, it won't roar. It'll just walk. Step by step. Across snow. Across roofs. Across your backyard. Leaving nothing but perfect, measured cloven prints behind. But let's play with that idea. What if it wasn't a warning? What if it was a map? One long, 100-mile path across Devon. One night, one storm, one silent traveler. What if those prints weren't random? What if they were a message? An ancient symbol too large to see from the ground. A sigil burned into the landscape. A sequence. A summoning. A memory being rewritten. We'll never know, because the snow melted, the earth moved on, and the devil walked away. And just like the bones beneath the Fallowfield mounds, the cloven prints vanished into the archival dustbin of unsolved. Because that's what we do. We bury the strange in polite language and academic footnotes. We call it folklore, or hysteria, or weather. And we forget. But not everyone forgets. Somewhere in an old farmhouse in Devon, an elderly woman still remembers that night. She was a child then, 5 years old. She remembers her father coming in from the cold, pale as milk, his boots soaked with snow. He didn't say anything, just sat by the fire, staring at the door. She remembers asking him what was wrong. He didn't answer, just glanced outside, then quietly locked the door. For the first time in her life, he locked it during the day. She never saw him that afraid again, and she never forgot those words he finally whispered hours later. It wasn't walking to something, it was walking from something. Which brings us to a different pair of children. They weren't born of snow. They didn't leave hoofprints. But they came from somewhere else. They appeared in a pit. Their skin was green, and they didn't speak any language known to man. The green children of Woolpit were not a warning. They were an arrival. If you're still here after chasing hoofprints across rooftops and through centuries, you're exactly the kind of mind we built this channel for. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what's lurking in the next layer of history. And hey, tell us in the comments where you're tuning in from, and what time is it on your end. Let's map our own trail across the world. The Green Children of Woolpit, 12th century CE. The 12th century was an age of rigid belief and soft soil god above, demons below, and all things in between were either to be praised, punished, or plowed under. It was the age of faith, the age of fear, the age of forests that breathed like animals and howled at night. And in the quiet little village of Woolpit, nestled in Suffolk, England, something happened that no faith, fear, or forest could explain. They appeared in a pit. 2 children, a boy and a girl. Disoriented, confused, dressed in strange clothes that shimmered like nothing local, speaking no recognizable tongue, and most striking of all, green. Not pale, not sickly, green. Their skin was tinged like fresh moss. Not a full-blown Grinch green, but enough to stop a medieval heart cold. This wasn't paint, this wasn't birth defect, this wasn't rickets or gangrene or any of the 12 diseases the local priest could list from memory. This was other. And in an age when other meant devil, the villagers didn't know whether to bless them or bury them. Let's rewind. The children were discovered near one of Woolpit's wolf pits, a kind of medieval animal trap, dug deep into the earth and lined with stakes, used to catch wolves that threatened livestock. But on this day, it didn't catch a beast. It caught a mystery. They were huddled together, whispering to each other in a garbled alien tongue. The boy was younger, more fragile. The girl, a little taller, a little stronger, but both were starving, wide-eyed and terrified. When the villagers tried to feed them, the children refused everything. Bread, meat, cheese. They cried. They curled up. They shook their heads. Until someone brought out raw green beans still in the stalks. They lunged. Snatched the beans like wild animals, ripped them from the pods, ate until their fingers bled. It was the only food they recognized. The villagers didn't kill them. To their credit, they fed the children, clothed them, tried to care for them. And as weeks passed, the children's green hue began to fade. They grew stronger, healthier. But the boy, he never quite adjusted. His body weakened again. He sickened, and before long, he died. The girl survived. And slowly, she learned to speak English. What she said has baffled historians, theologians, folklorists, and fringe theorists for nearly a millennium. Because she told them where she came from. According to her, they came from a place called St. Martin's Land. She said the people there were all green, like them, that the sun never rose fully, it was always twilight. The land was dim, like an eternal dusk. And across a great river, there was a land of brilliant light, but they could never reach it. She said they'd been tending their father's herd when they heard a strange sound, bells perhaps, a ringing. And they followed it, through a cavern, through darkness. And when they came out the other side, they were in Woolpit. To the villagers it was gibberish. To us, it's a roadmap to nowhere. Let's step back and consider the options. Option 1. The tale is an allegory, a parable passed down and dressed up in folklore. But here's the problem. There are 2 separate historical sources for the incident, both written within a generation of the event. Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh, 2 medieval chroniclers with no known connection, both recorded the story, independently, with different details, but the same core facts. That's rare. Almost suspiciously so. Especially when both chroniclers were known for their skepticism. William, in particular, often dismissed miracles and fantastical tales outright. But he recorded this one. Why? Because something happened. Option 2. The children were Flemish immigrants refugees from a nearby war, possibly orphaned and lost in the forest. The green skin? Malnutrition. The language? A rural dialect. The strange clothes? Regional dress. This explanation gets passed around as the rationalists' fix-all. But it fails hard. No known Flemish dialect has ever matched the recorded gibberish from the early texts. Malnutrition doesn't explain why both children initially refused all food but green beans, as if they'd never seen bread or meat. And Flemish children wouldn't have described their homeland as a place of perpetual twilight. Unless, of course, they weren't from here. At all. Here's option 3. And it's the one that haunts us. What if they were telling the truth? What if St. Martin's Land exists or did, and it's not on any map we've ever drawn? What if there's a place beneath our feet, or between our walls, or inside the folds of this so-called realitia, place of twilight, of green-skinned people, of sound as transportation? What if they didn't fall into Woolpit but were pulled out of somewhere else? You don't have to believe in fairies, or aliens, or interdimensional travel, but you do have to explain how two children with no known origin, no known language, no reasonable explanation, showed up one day in a medieval village, changed color, adapted, and then vanished from history like smoke. And if you're already reaching for the fairy tale label, stop. Because this one ends in death and isolation, not magic. The boy died. The girl grew up. She was baptized, named Agnes, worked in a noble household, married perhaps, and faded away. But not before leaving one last detail. She said that the people of her homeland could see another world across a river, but they couldn't reach it. They saw the light, but they lived in the dark. Now ask yourself, what does that sound like? A religious metaphor? Maybe. But it also sounds like the kind of tortured half-memory someone would have if they were from one side of a barrier they couldn't cross, and accidentally found a crack in the wall. Let's turn this up. The 12th century was no stranger to anomalies. This is the same period that gave us talking heads, bleeding statues, and saints who levitated during prayer. But the green children weren't divine. They weren't demonic. They were confused. Everything about their behavior speaks not of malice or mission, but of disorientation. They were lost. They were trying to go home, and they never made it back. What if that's the real horror? Not that they came from somewhere strange, but that they never saw it again. Imagine being pulled from your world into another. The light's too bright. The food tastes wrong. The language hurts your ears. Your brother dies. You're alone. And all you can do is tell the people around you that your home was real. That it was there. That you just want to go back. But they smile, nod, baptize you, and give you a new name. Because if your story is true, then reality is wrong. And we can't have that. The village of Woolpit still exists. It's quiet now. Tourists pass through. Locals mention the tale with the half-ironic tone of someone describing a family ghost story. The wolf pit is gone, or buried, or somewhere overgrown. But something happened there. And every once in a while, when the light hits the hills just right, and the shadows stretch a little too long, someone will swear they see movement. Two figures, small, hand in hand, looking for a way home. And just like the Fallowfield Mounds and the Devil's Footprints, the mystery of the green children is not just unsolved. It's uncomfortable. Because it asks questions we don't like to ask. Are we alone? What borders lie between us and the unexplored? And how many cracks in the walls of reality have already sealed themselves behind unmarked graves, forgotten chronicles, and centuries of silence. We don't know. We probably never will. But the next time someone tells you they saw something strange, believe them. Because the moment you don't, you risk missing the next anomaly. And the next one's already waiting, beneath a pillar of rustless iron, standing silent in the heart of ancient India, unaffected by time, unexplained by science, and untouched by decay. The Iron Pillar of Delhi, circa 400 CE, it stands quietly, alone but defiant, in the Qutb complex of Delhi, 7 meters tall, weighing over 6 tons, a monolithic column of ancient iron, not adorned with skulls or haunted by ghosts. No giants buried beneath it, no green children clinging to its base. And yet, somehow, it might be the most terrifying secret of all, because it shouldn't exist. Not like this. Not here. Not rust-free, after 1,600 years in one of the most corrosion-friendly climates on Earth. The Iron Pillar of Delhi isn't just a mystery. It's a threat to everything we thought we knew about metallurgy, chemistry, and human history. It's quiet, but it mocks us. Let's start with the basics. The pillar is old, very old. Most historians date it to the Gupta Empire, sometime around 400 CE, though some fringe theories push it even earlier. It's composed of over 98% wrought iron purity level. That's staggering, especially considering it was supposedly made by ancient smiths using technology that predates modern steelmaking by more than a millennium. There's an inscription carved in Brahmi script about a king named Chandragupta II. Nothing spooky, no blood curses, no riddles. And yet, if you place your hand on the pillar's surface, you'll feel the weight of 1,000 years of confusion pressing back against your skin. Because this thing hasn't rusted. Let that settle in. In a city known for brutal monsoons, high humidity, acidic rain, and air pollution that eats modern buildings alive, the Iron Pillar has stood unsheltered for 16 centuries. No rust, no degradation, no protective coating, just iron and time and a middle finger to entropy. Here's where it gets weird. Modern metallurgists have analyzed the pillar, and what they found didn't help. The iron is unusually pure, yes, but also high in phosphorus and low in sulfur and manganese elements that would normally accelerate rusting. And yet, the pillar is covered in a thin, passive protective layer of crystalline iron hydrogen phosphate hydrotia, rust-resistant film formed naturally, not applied. In layman's terms, the pillar made its own armor. It's like nature reached down and said, "Not this one." Now, there are theories. Of course there are theories. Some say the phosphorus came from ancient Indian smelting techniques that involved wood from specific trees and a very slow cooling process. Others point to the presence of slag particles in the iron, helping to promote the passive layer over time. But no one has successfully recreated the full combination of factors in a lab. We've tried. Failed. Repeatedly. Because it turns out that knowing how something works isn't the same as making it work again. That's the dark beauty of the pillar. It forces us to acknowledge the terrifying possibility that some knowledge was lost. Not misfiled, not overlooked. Gone. Let's zoom out. What makes the Iron Pillar terrifying isn't just its defiance of rust. It's what it implies. If a civilization in 400 CE or earlier possessed metallurgical knowledge that we still can't replicate easily today, what else did they know? What did they build that didn't survive? What secrets were forged, wielded, and then abandoned in fire and forgotten language? We like to think of history as a clean timeline, primitive to advanced, sticks to satellites. But the Iron Pillar is a splinter in that narrative of vertical challenge to linear progress. It says, maybe we're not as special as we think. Now let's talk curses. Because naturally, someone had to make this weird. Over the centuries, the pillar picked up rumor superstitions, whispered legends that if you could stand with your back against it and wrap your arms around it until your hands touched, your wish would come true. People tried. A lot. So much, in fact, that the repeated contact began to wear down the base of the column, and in 1997, they installed a fence to keep the dreamers at bay. But behind the wish-making lies a deeper cultural fear, that the pillar is sacred, untouchable, protected. There's even a tale that during one of the Muslim invasions, a general ordered the pillar be moved. As the workers began digging it out, they found the tip stained with blood. The general panicked, ordered it be restored immediately, declared the pillar unmovable. It stayed. It always stays. Because nobody wants to be the one who messes with it. It's the historical equivalent of a sleeping god. No mouth, no eyes. But its presence makes the air feel heavy. Let's dive deeper. Why does a pillar, a literal stick of iron, provoke such dread? Because it's perfection, where there should be failure. It's not uncanny like green children or hoofprints. It's not monstrous like a skeleton too big to be human. It's worse. It's silent superiority. The pillar doesn't care if we understand it. It doesn't need validation. It exists outside our framework of expected technological evolution. It suggests that somewhere in time, a mind or a culture knew things we can't explain. That maybe there was an entire field of ancient science, now lost, not esoteric magic, but hard, practical knowledge that slipped through the cracks of empire collapses, language extinction, and the slow burn of forgotten traditions. The terror isn't that someone built it. The terror is that they didn't write down how. And yet, there it stands. Every year, tourists pose with it. Engineers fly out to test it. Devotees pray near it. Historians argue over it. And the pillar does what it's done for 1,600 years. Nothing. It stands. Unbothered. Untouched. Unaging. Like a reminder from the past. Like a taunt. Like a vertical tombstone for a civilization that said, "Here's what we could do," and then stepped into the shadows. Let's talk legacy. The iron pillar is often used as a patriotic symbol in Indian, example of ancient brilliance, rightfully so, but it also serves as a cautionary monument, because it suggests that greatness isn't linear. That knowledge isn't cumulative. That civilizations rise, peak, and fall, and when they fall, sometimes they take their secrets with them. In the ashes of the Gupta Empire, in the fading embers of ancient metallurgy, something was lost that modern man still chases. And it's not just about rust. It's about control. We control our world with science, with understanding, with names and equations and patents and schematics. But the pillar doesn't have a blueprint. It has presence. It says, you don't always get to understand everything. And in an age of data and dominance, that might be the most terrifying message of all. Now consider this. If a single, immobile pillar can survive 16 centuries without succumbing to rust, what else might be hiding beneath our assumptions? How many other impossibilities have been paved over, explained away, or left out of the textbooks? Because history isn't just what's remembered. It's what's allowed to be remembered. And every so often, something slips through the cracks. A bone too large, a footprint too straight, a child too green, or a pillar that simply refuses to die. And speaking of what refuses to die, let's talk about another absence. A void where a colony should be. An island where a word carved in wood is the only clue to an entire population's vanishing act. The skeletons of the lost colony of Croatan, post 1590 CE. It begins with a single word, carved into a fence post, scrawled without flourish, just one word, all caps, no explanation, Croatoan. In 1590, John White stepped off his ship and onto Roanoke Island, expecting to find a thriving English colony. Instead, he found nothing. Not a soul, no smoke rising from chimneys. No cattle in the pens, no voices, no bodies. Just that word, burned into the wood like a scream held inside too long. The lost colony of Roanoke is often treated as a historical ghost story, a failed venture, a footnote in the prelude to Jamestown. But the true terror of Roanoke doesn't lie in its disappearance. It lies in what was left behind, and what was never found. Because in the centuries since, the land around Roanoke and its neighbor Hatteras Island has whispered back, bones, tools, broken ceramics, hints, teasers, but no full answer, no final scene, just fragments that cut deeper the longer you look. This isn't a story about a colony vanishing. It's a story about a question that refuses to die. Let's rewind. John White, appointed governor, leads over 100 settlers to establish the first permanent English colony in the New World, Roanoke Island, off the coast of what is now North Carolina. It's a rough landing. Food shortages, tension with local tribes, disease, isolation. It's not going well. So White sails back to England for supplies. He expects a quick trip. Instead, England is at war with Spain. The Armada is threatening the coast. Every seaworthy vessel is conscripted. White is stuck for 3 long years. When he finally returns in 1590, he finds silence. No people, no bodies, no signs of struggle. The settlement is disassembled, as if taken apart intentionally. Personal belongings are gone, no blood, no fire damage, no signs of panic. Just the word, Croatoan, and the letters Crow carved separately into a nearby tree. Now here's the twist. Before White left, he made a plan with the settlers. If they were forced to relocate, they'd carve their destination into a visible place. If they were in distress, they'd add a Maltese cross. There was no cross, which means the relocation was voluntary. So, did they go to Croatoan? At the time, Croatoan was both a nearby island and the name of a Native American tribe living there later known as the Hatteras. The implication was clear. The settlers moved, possibly integrated with the Croatoan people. And then, what? Let's talk about what we don't find. We don't find graves. We don't find the expected skeletal remains of 100 people who vanished. We don't find a shipwreck, or evidence of mass starvation, or signs of massacre. Instead, we find artifacts, scattered like breadcrumbs. At Hatteras Island, archaeologists have uncovered English-style tools, parts of a rapier, slate-writing tablets, and a gold signet ring. These aren't trade goods. They're personal, specific, too mundane to be bartered, too common to be ceremonial. They feel like leftovers from a life half-lived in transition. Not dumped, not lost. Used. And then there are the bones. Over the last century, digs across the Outer Banks have turned up fragments of human remains that seem wrong. Not wrong in shape, wrong in context. Skulls with cranial modifications more common to Mesoamerican tribes. Teeth filed to points. Bones of unusual length or density. Anthropologists write this off as misclassification, as remnants from other native groups, as outliers. But what if they're not? What if the settlers didn't just integrate with the Croatoan? What if the Croatoan themselves weren't who we thought? Let's talk about the Croatoan. They were a coastal Algonquian-speaking tribe, friendly at first to the English, but their full history is obscured, filtered through colonial accounts that mix admiration with ignorance. There's something strange about the Croatoan in the records. Early explorers described them as unusually tall, adorned with intricate body modifications, and practicing rituals that even neighboring tribes found mysterious. Some tales hint at a lost Origina migration from across the sea, myths of sky people, buried gods. You can dismiss this as standard indigenous mythology, or you can pause and consider what happens when an already struggling English colony merges with a tribe that might be harboring knowledge far older and darker than Europe ever encountered. Now consider this. In 1607, 20 years after the Roanoke settlers vanished, the Jamestown colony is established further up the coast. It survives, barely. But in the early years, strange rumors drift in from the south. Tales of English-speaking natives, tribes with gray eyes, communities that wear European clothes and worship odd gods. Some of these stories come from Powhatan sources, the same Powhatan who would later clash with Jamestown. According to his reports, the Roanoke colonists had split. Some were killed, some were enslaved, but some survived, blended, and disappeared into the forest. Their descendants never resurfaced, at least not under that name. Here's the terrifying possibility. What if the colonists did integrate with the Croatoan? What if they adopted their ways, their language, their blood? What if their culture didn't vanish? It mutated, evolved, changed into something unrecognizable to the people who came later. What if we've been walking past their legacy for centuries, mistaking it for something else? And here's the real horror. Every time we dig near Roanoke or Hatteras, we find more, but we understand less. A copper ring here, a jawbone there, but no clear narrative. The settlement is like a mirror that reflects our own fears back at us. Fear of failure, of being forgotten, of losing identity, and above all fear of absorption, of becoming something else. Because the story of Roanoke is not about disappearance. It's about transformation. The English arrived expecting to build a new world. Instead, they were consumed by the one already here. And that world didn't leave written records. It left soil, and bone, and silence. But the silence has cracks. And every so often, something slips out. In 1998, a child's skeleton was found on Hatteras Island. No context, just bone, carbon dated to the late 1500s. An anomaly. There are always anomalies. Which brings us back to that word, Croatoan. It doesn't mean gone. It means elsewhere. It means changed. It means the people of Roanoke didn't vanish. They just stepped sideways into history, became part of the woods, the language, the bodies we dig up and mislabel, because we're afraid to write down the truth. That the colony succeeded. Not in the way we wanted, but in a way no one expected. And the next time you walk through the Outer Banks at dusk, listen carefully. The wind doesn't speak English, but it might whisper your name. Because something's still out there. Something that took 100 people and made them unfindable. And if that unnerves you, good. Because the next mystery has been unnerving people for far longer. In fact, it's written in a language older than ink. Etched in the sky, recorded on a scroll that may not even exist. A papyrus from Egypt that speaks of fire in the heavens. The Tulli Papyrus, disputed ancient Egypt. In the halls of the Vatican Museum, amid dusty scrolls and sacred archives, there once existed or perhaps still exists a fragment of papyrus that shouldn't. It was never meant for the public. It wasn't displayed under glass or translated with reverence by ivory tower Egyptologists. No, the Tulli Papyrus is the ghost of a document, mentioned once, described twice, vanished forever. And its contents? Let's just say they don't exactly fit the traditional narrative of pharaohs and pyramids. Because, according to those who claim to have read it, the Tulli Papyrus records something that modern historians will twist themselves into knots trying to avoid. A fleet of fiery discs, appearing in the sky above Egypt. Not once, but twice, hovering, observing, and then leaving. If it's a fake, it's one hell of a poetic one. If it's real, then the sands of Egypt have been hiding more than tombs. They've been hiding a visit. Let's start with what we know. Or rather, what someone once said they knew. In the 1930s, a man named Alberto Tulli, director of the Egyptian section of the Vatican Museum, was browsing a Cairo antique shop. There, among the clutter and dust, he claimed to have seen an ancient papyrus, too fragile to buy, so he copied the text by hand, transliterating hieratic script into hieroglyphs. Years later, another scholar, Boris Derashowilz, translated that copy. And what he translated has remained one of the strangest, most controversial pieces of text ever associated with ancient Egypt. Here's the alleged content, in a nutshell. It was during the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III, around the 15th century BCE, when circles of fire appeared in the sky. They were described as more numerous than the stars, shining with brilliance, gliding across the firmament in formation. They caused panic. Priests were consulted. The pharaoh watched them for days. And then, the discs ascended higher, moved toward the south, and disappeared. This wasn't a comet, or a storm, or a myth about gods hurling thunderbolts. It was a fleet, in the sky, witnessed by the ruler of the known world, and then it was documented. In the royal annals, on papyrus, filed away, forgotten. Now, let's get the easy skepticism out of the way. The original papyrus? Missing. All we have is a claimed transcription by Tulli, who wrote it from memory after seeing it once in a store. That's the academic equivalent of someone saying they saw Bigfoot, drew him from memory, then lost the sketch. Understandably, many historians cry foul. They call it a forgery, a modern myth, a fringe obsession. And maybe they're right. But here's where things get weird. Because the language of the Tulli papyrus doesn't sound like modern UFO-fueled science fiction. It sounds old, oddly phrased, repetitive, descriptive in ways only a pre-modern witness might be. Phrases like, the breath of their mouths reached the ground, or, they came with a great noise from the heavens. Not laser beams, or aliens with antennas. Just lights, movement, panic. And, let's be clear, ancient Egypt was obsessed with the sky. The movements of stars, sun, and planets formed the backbone of their religion, agriculture, and architecture. They could predict solstices, track planetary cycles. If anyone in the ancient world knew what was normal in the sky, it was them, which means this wasn't a misidentified eclipse, or a weird storm, or swamp gas. The scribes called them circles of fire, multiple, simultaneous, moving with intent. And then, there's the aftermath. According to the translation, after the discs disappeared, fish rained from the sky. Yeah, let that one land. The papyrus claims the fish of the river and the birds of the sky fell down, a marvel never before known. Now, you could dismiss this as poetic language, symbolism, ancient metaphor, but fish literally falling from the sky? That's not unheard of. Even today, rare meteorological events can create waterspouts, essentially tornadoes over water that suck up aquatic life and dump them inland. It's been documented. Which means if the Tulli papyrus was written in the 20th century as a hoax, the forger was either incredibly well read in obscure weather events, or someone was actually writing down what they saw. But even if we accept the document as legitimate, it opens up a darker question. Why would the Egyptians describe this so casually? Where's the panic? The religious terror? The answer may be more chilling than the event. They weren't surprised. They were documenting, as if this kind of thing happened before, or worse was expected. Ancient Egyptian cosmology includes some deeply esoteric concepts. Gods traveling in celestial boats, the sky goddess Nut arching over the earth, the journey of Ra through the underworld. It's easy to call that myth. But what if those myths are attempts to explain recurring phenomena? Things seen but not understood, repeated over centuries. Coded into religion so the story would survive? Let's zoom way out. All over the ancient world, sky phenomena are recorded with eerie similarity. In the Mahabharata of India, flying chariots known as Vimanas rain fire on cities. In the Book of Ezekiel, wheels within wheels descend from heaven. In Mesoamerica, gods arrive in discs from the stars. All these cultures, oceans apart, thousands of years espousing different languages, different symbols, different gods, describing the same thing. Light, movement, power descending from above, always in circles, always in silence. If the Tulli Papyrus is real, then it's not just an outlier. It's part of a pattern. One the modern world has been trying to ignore for centuries. And maybe that's why it vanished. Not into fire or time, but into the vaults. Locked in a drawer, labeled unreliable. Like the bones that vanish after being called giant. Like the tracks in snow that melt before a scientist arrives. Like the children in a pit who never came from here. Maybe the real reason the Tulli Papyrus scares people isn't the content. It's the implication. That history isn't just flawed. It's shielded. That somewhere in the Vatican, or the Cairo Museum, or a private collector's vault, the original scroll still exists. Tucked away. Not because it's a hoax, but because it's true. And if that's the case, if the fiery discs really did appear in the sky over ancient Egypt, then maybe we need to stop thinking of the past as primitive. Maybe we need to stop laughing at old stories. Maybe the ancients weren't naive. Maybe they were witnesses to something we still don't understand. And maybe, just maybe, it's coming back. Because the sky still holds secrets. Just like the ground. And not far from the deserts of Egypt, in the jungles of Mexico, a different kind of mystery sits in stone. A calendar. A clock. Etched by a forgotten hand. Marking time not by days but by stars. The stone of the sun, or calendar stone of Xochicalco, pre-900 CE. It doesn't hum. It doesn't glow. It doesn't whisper secrets to those who stand before it. But it watches. From the ruins of Xochicalco in central Mexico, high on a bluff overlooking the dry valley below, the stone of the sun sits as it has for over 1,000 years, silent, circular, and unsettlingly precise. Most people don't even know it exists. They know the Aztec Sunday stone, the famous one, the big one, the dramatic one on museum brochures. But that came later. This came first. Long before the Aztecs claimed dominion over the Valley of Mexico, long before their empire etched its blood into stone, the people of Xochicalco carved a clock not just for time, but for something bigger, something cosmic. It's a mystery that doesn't scream, it ticks. Let's start with what this isn't. This isn't just a pretty rock. It isn't a decorative disc or a giant coaster for a forgotten king's margarita. This is a stone that tells time the way the universe tells time, through stars, through solstices, through the breathing of the planet itself. The calendar stone of Xochicalco is covered in glyphs, deeply carved symbols that resemble a complex marriage between mathematics, astronomy, and myth. They aren't just decorative, they're functional. And they suggest a knowledge of celestial mechanics that has no business existing in a so-called pre-scientific culture. Because let's be honest, how did a people with no telescopes, no satellites, no access to the tools of modern astronomy construct something that still tracks solar and stellar cycles with near-perfect accuracy? The answer is one we've heard before. They watched. For generations, centuries, and what they saw frightened them. The city of Xochicalco was more than a settlement. It was a city of priests, of stargazers, of observers who turned their eyes upward, not in wonder, but in calculation. Their temples align with solstices. Their observatories, they had observatories, were designed to capture sunlight only on specific days of the year. And in the heart of it all, the stone. Round, symbolic, and terrifyingly exact. Some researchers believe the stone maps not only the solar year, but also Venus's synodic cycle 584 days, and perhaps even the more complex cycles of the moon and other planets, not as myth, but as data. Encoded, preserved, repeated. But here's the thing. The more we look at it, the less we understand. Because the glyphs don't follow a clean calendar format. They're not just ticks in a circle. They're statements. And we don't know what they're saying. There's a pattern that haunts these ancient relics. Precision without explanation. The people of Xochicalco didn't leave behind journals. They didn't explain how or why they built what they did. The knowledge was etched into stone and then left to time. Which means we're not deciphering facts. We're deciphering intent. Why did they need such a complex calendar? Why track Venus so obsessively? Why align their city to the solstices and equinoxes with surgical accuracy? Because to them, the sky wasn't a canvas. It was a clock. And the clock wasn't just measuring time. It was counting down. Let's get speculative. One theory dismissed by mainstream archaeologists, but persistent among fringe scholars, that Xochicalco's calendar wasn't just a timekeeper. It was a warning. The Mesoamerican long count calendar, famously misinterpreted in 2012, wasn't predicting the end of the world, but it was obsessed with cycles of destruction and rebirth. Civilizations that rise and fall. Epochs defined by fire, flood, and silence. The Stone of the Sun may be part of that larger Paterna device designed not to celebrate time, but to track a cycle that ends with collapse. That's why it's terrifying. Because maybe the people of Xochicalco weren't just watching the stars. Maybe they were trying to predict when the sky would fall again. Here's where things get uncomfortable. The city of Xochicalco flourished around 700 to 900 CE, and then it vanished. Deliberately burned. Abandoned, not slowly, but suddenly. Some theorize internal revolt. Others say invasion. But there are no mass graves, no prolonged battles, just scorch marks and silence. It's almost as if the city's inhabitants, after centuries of watching the heavens, saw something they didn't like, packed up, and left. We love to mock ancient apocalypse fears. Oh look, another end of the world calendar. But what if we're the ones who don't understand the format? To the people of Xochicalco, time was not linear. It was circular. Everything that had happened would happen again. The sun would vanish, the stars would realign, and the gods would wake. So they carved their warnings into stone, not because they were primitive, but because they were trying to make it last. Let's talk about Venus. The planet plays a huge role in Mesoamerican cosmology. Known as the morning star, Venus was associated with death, war, and rebirth. The Maya, who had overlapping knowledge, aligned battles with its cycles. The Aztecs saw it as a divine omen. So why did the people of Xochicalco build their calendar around it? Because Venus doesn't behave like other planets. Its visibility pattern is unique. Its brightness is unnatural. It appears suddenly, disappears for days, and returns where it shouldn't. To the ancients, it wasn't just a planet. It was a being. And if you were watching the sky with no filters, no satellites to explain away anomalies, Venus would terrify you. A light that moves wrong, arrives at the wrong time, looks too bright. They weren't superstitious. They were observing something weird, and they tried to build a stone that told you when it would return. So why is the Xochicalco stone a secret? Because we still don't know how to read it. Modern scholars classify the glyphs, compare them to other codices, argue over dates. But no one has translated it. Not really. We can describe it. We can draw it. We can even 3D print it. But we can't hear it. And maybe that's the point. Maybe it wasn't meant to be read by us. Maybe it was meant to survive us. Because that's the most terrifying thing about the Stone of the Sun. It's not an artifact. It's a countdown. Sitting in the ruins of a city that lit its own temples on fire and vanished into the jungle. And now the stone sits under a tarp. A replica sits in a museum. Tourists take photos. Scholars write papers. But the clock is still ticking. And whatever it was measuring, it hasn't reached zero yet. And if that sounds dramatic, remember this. We've barely scratched the surface of the Xochicalco complex. Half the city remains unexcavated. What else lies beneath the dust? What rooms? What tools? What warnings? What if the stone is just one gear in a much larger machine? A machine that measures cycles of extinction. And what if we're nearing the end of the next one? From a stone calendar in Mexico to a half-buried artifact in North America. Something else has been dug up. Something older. And it's not a head. It's a face. A carved one. Too smooth. Too perfect. With lips that seem almost African? It doesn't fit. Because it came before Columbus. And the people who made it? They might not be from this side of the ocean at all. If your brain's still intact after decoding lost calendars and pre-Aztec stargazers, you're definitely one of us. Smash that subscribe button to keep digging deeper with every episode. And while you're at it, drop a comment below. Where are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Let's see who else is decoding the past in the dead of night. The pre-Columbian transatlantic travel artifacts. This is the part where things get ugly. Because we're not just talking about bones or footprints or carvings in the sky. We're talking about a crack in the timeline itself, a rupture in the smug, tightly bound version of history where continents stayed neatly apart and nobody touched anything they weren't supposed to until 1492. But then something shows up. A statue, a fragment, a seed. Something wrong. Not because it's made poorly, but because it shouldn't exist where it does. This isn't one mystery. It's a crime scene. And the evidence keeps turning up in all the wrong places. Let's talk about heads. The Olmec heads are famous, those colossal basalt sculptures with heavy-lidded eyes, broad noses, and thick lips. There are 17 of them, each one weighing tons, each one impossible to ignore. The mainstream says they're portraits of local rulers. Fine. But to anyone not bound by academic orthodoxy, they look different. African, some say. Polynesian, say others. But definitely not Mesoamerican in the tidy little box we've drawn for them. And it's not just the heads. Because the further you dig, the weirder it gets. Let's move from stone to seeds. In pre-Columbian South America, archaeologists have found traces of nicotine and coca in Egyptian mummies. Wait, what? Let's break that down. Coca and tobacco are New World plants, indigenous to the Americas. They shouldn't be found anywhere near the wrappings of Egyptian nobility, especially mummies that died centuries before Columbus ever dreamed of ships. And yet, there they are. Traces of nicotine in the hair and tissues. Traces of coca in the bones. These aren't theories. These are lab results, peer-reviewed, double-checked, and ignored. Why? Because the implications are unacceptable. They suggest contact, not by accident, by trade. Now let's shift to language. In the southern US, Some place name sand, even myth fragments bear eerie similarities to Semitic or West African root words. Coincidence? Maybe. But what about the shared architectural elements? The pyramidal mounds of the Mississippian culture, aligned to celestial events, built centuries before European arrival. Sure, independent invention is possible. But when combined with other clues, linguistic, genetic, botanicality, starts to look like something more than chance. It starts to look like memory. Then, there's the matter of metal. In certain pre-Columbian digs in South America, small artifacts have been found with traces of alloys that don't fit local smelting practices. Tin-bronze compositions that more closely resemble African or Mediterranean metallurgical styles. Too small to be weapons, too intricate to be accidents. Objects that seem personal, imported, or inherited, or traded across an ocean no one was supposed to have crossed yet. And then there's the deep-cut evidence. In 1975, a stone carving was found in Brazil with what some say is a Phoenician inscription. Again dismissed by mainstream scholars as hoax or misinterpretation. But here's the problem. The script does match early Semitic styles. The translation? Rough, contested, but haunting. We are sons of Canaan from Sidon. If real, it would place a ship from the eastern Mediterranean on the coast of Brazil over 2,000 years ago. And that's not the only inscription. Scattered across the Americas are rocks, tablets, even cave glyphs that seem to suggest contact with Egyptian, Libyan, Greek, and other Old World scripts. Every single one, conveniently, declared a fake. Every single time. Even when weathering patterns suggest age. Even when found in places far from tourist traps or forgers. Even when no motive for hoax exists. Let's talk about fear. Because that's what this is, really. The reason these artifacts are buried not just in dirt but in denial is because they threaten the myth of isolation. The myth that Europe discovered the world. That it came first. That it brought civilization. That all roads of progress flow outward from Rome and Athens. But what if they didn't? What if some of those roads went the other way? Imagine this. A West African expedition sails westward across the Atlantic, using ocean currents and stars. They arrive on the coast of Brazil, or the Caribbean, or the Yucatan. They trade, they teach, they leave behind beads, tools, seeds. Then they die, or go home, or vanish into local populations. The knowledge they left behind gets absorbed, mutated, mythologized, and centuries later, a conquistador finds a temple that doesn't quite make sense, a carving with unfamiliar features, a plant that shouldn't be here. But no one asks questions, because the answers don't fit the narrative. Even Columbus wasn't sure. In his logs, he describes meeting native Caribbean people who could speak fragments of Arabic, who wore gold in patterns familiar to Moorish traders. He brought translators with him, Arabic translators. Because he wasn't discovering, he was confirming, following rumors older than his ships. The terrifying part? This is likely just the edge. We don't know what's hidden beneath the rainforest floor, the Mississippi floodplain, the desert sands of northern Mexico. LiDAR scanning has revealed entire cities buried under jungle. Grids, roads, pyramids. Evidence of large-scale civilizations that were thriving long before European contact. And if those cities had neighbors? Allies? Visitors? We'd never know. Because their artifacts were claimed. Erased. Redefined. There's a deeper horror in these transatlantic artifacts. It's the horror of what we've forgotten. What we've decided to forget. We think of history as a story. Clean, sequential. But it's not. It's a battlefield. One where every discovery is a skirmish. And every out-of-place artifact is a bullet. Fired into the heart of certainty. So here's the real question. What are we trying to protect? Our history? Or our control of it? Because if someone from West Africa reached the Americas before Columbus, then the entire narrative shifts. And the people we call primitive suddenly become navigators, astronomers, diplomats. If Egyptians traded with Mesoamericans, then pyramids stop being independent inventions and start being part of a shared architectural lineage. And the calendar stones? The sky glyphs? The legends of gods descending in circles of fire? They stop being myths and start being records. That's what makes these artifacts terrifying. Not their existence, but what they imply, that the ocean wasn't a wall. It was a highway. And what came down that highway was knowledge. Maybe even people, but perhaps also something more. Because in the ruins of Rome, on the edges of empire, they found something too. A small, 12-sided object. Carved. Hollow. Perfectly useless. Or so they thought. The Roman Dodecahedra, 2nd-4th century CE. It fits in your hand. That's the first shock. For an object that's defied explanation for nearly 2,000 years, the Roman dodecahedron is disarmingly small, no louder than a whisper, no more imposing than a tangerine. You could roll it across a table like a child's toy, and maybe that's why it feels so dangerous. Because it shouldn't matter. And yet it does. These are 12-faced bronze or stone polyhedrons, about the size of a baseball, with holes in each face perfectly circular, varying in diameter, often with tiny knobs at each corner. They look like puzzles, or tools, or prayers frozen in brass. And no one knows what they were for. Not the Romans who left them behind. Not the archaeologists who cataloged them in dusty museum drawers. And definitely not the rest of us staring into their hollow symmetry like we're waiting for something to blink back. Let's start with what we do know. Over 100 dodecahedra have been found across Europe, from England to Hungary, from Spain to the edge of the Danube, always in territories that were part of the Gallo-Roman world, never in Italy, never in Greece. They show up in graves, in hordes, sometimes alone, sometimes near nothing, and always without context. No instructions. No accompanying artifacts to suggest a purpose. Not even a mention in Roman texts. Which is, frankly, bizarre. The Romans wrote everything down. Mosaics, market prices, plagues, praises. They carved graffiti on brothel walls and left ledgers in buried scrolls. But not this. Not one word about the dodecahedra. Not even in satire. Not even as a joke. That kind of silence isn't just strange, it's suspicious. So naturally, the theories rolled in. Theory number 1, they're candlestick holders. Cute, practical, but flawed. The holes are different sizes. Most have no residue of soot or wax, and the shapes don't sit well on flat surfaces. Theory number 2, they're weapon parts. Nope. Too fragile. Too inconsistent. And no accompanying weapon has ever been found with matching pieces. Theory number 3. They're measuring tools. Now we're getting somewhere. Some researchers think the dodecahedra could have been used to measure distances or calibrate projectiles, perhaps, even as an early form of rangefinder for Roman artillery. That would explain the different hole sizes. In theory, but then again, none have ever been found in military sites or with artillery units. And if they were vital tools, why do we only find them in select regions? Theory number 4, they're religious objects. Ah, yes, the default explanation for every ancient item that defies categorization. And to be fair, some dodecahedra do appear in burial sites. They may have been ceremonial, ritualistic, tokens of protection or status. But here's the problem. They don't look like religious icons. No gods carved on the surface, no runes, no prayers, no symbology consistent with Roman religious art. And they're too uniform, too precise, too deliberately engineered. These things weren't just crafted, they were designed. Let's talk geometry. The dodecahedron is one of the 5 Platonic solid shapes with equal faces, edges, and angles. In Greek philosophy, it represented the cosmos, the universe. The 5th element, ether. To Plato, the dodecahedron was divine. To the Romans? A paperweight, apparently. Unless it wasn't. Unless it was used by those who understood more than they said. Here's where the real terror creeps in. Because for all their complexity, the Roman dodecahedra are utterly silent. They don't scream mystery, they whisper it. They don't declare themselves as advanced technology, they pretend to be trinkets. But their construction is too deliberate, their form too symmetrical. Try replicating one without modern tools. Try aligning 12 faces, all pentagonal, each with a perfectly centered hole, each hole a different diameter, each edge adorned with precisely placed knobs. It's harder than it looks. It shouldn't be that hard for a Roman craftsman, true, but if these were common tools or toys or tokens, why do we find so few? Why only in certain places? Why always in isolation? Let's get hypothetical. What if the dodecahedra were keys? Not metaphorically. Literally. Mechanical components of a lost device. Instruments meant to interact with something else, something not yet found. What if they weren't standalone objects, but pieces? What if they unlocked something? Or calibrated something? What if we've been holding the barrel of a gun, with no idea where the trigger is? Or worse, what if they were communicators? Imagine this. You're a Roman scout on the edge of empire. You carry a dodecahedron. You align the holes to the setting sun. You place it to your eye. You speak a word. You wait. The light bends. The air hums. And something on the other side hears you. No magic. Just misunderstood science. No gods. Just geometry. Fringe theory? Absolutely. But it doesn't change the fact that we still don't know. And when you don't know, everything becomes possible. Which is why the Roman dodecahedron doesn't feel like a relic. It feels like a question. Left behind not to be used, but to be noticed. Like a breadcrumb in the woods. A clue for the curious. A test for the worthy. And here's the real kicker. As recently as the 21st century, people have reported finding similar objects made of modern alloys, etched with patterns unknown to Roman artisans. Not forgeries. Not souvenirs. Just appearances. In fields, in ruins, in corners of Europe where no one's looking. Always alone. Always unexplained. So what do you do with a mystery like this? You can't carbon date metal. You can't translate silence. You can only watch as the shape stares back at you. 12 faces, 12 holes, 12 blank pages of history bound in bronze. And while scholars turn away in frustration, the dodecahedron remains. Unmoving, unyielding, and perhaps unfinished. Because maybe we were supposed to find something else. A twin. A manual. A map. And maybe, just maybe, someone did. In another hemisphere. In another century. In a jungle choked with vines, an old burial pit unearthed something massive. Not just a skull. A skeleton. Too large to be a man. Too strange to be explained. A giant. Buried in Peruvian soil. The Great Peruvian Giant Burial, 17th century CE. The Spanish conquistadors came to Peru expecting gold, and they found it. They came expecting temples, and they found those too. But what they didn't expect to find, what they didn't know how to explain, was the grave. A grave too long. A skull too large. Teeth the size of thumbs. Bones that made horses shy, and men cross themselves. It wasn't a myth. It was a burial. And it wasn't alone. Throughout the highlands and coasts of Peru, scattered among the ruins of vanished empires, the Spaniards found things they couldn't process. Not spirits, not gods. Peopler things, very much like people buried in silence, massive and ancient. They called them gigantes, and they wrote it down. Let's rewind to the 1600s. The Spanish are in the thick of empire building. They've crushed the Inca, plundered their cities, and are now pushing into smaller villages, forgotten valleys, and unmarked territories. That's when they start finding them. Graves. Pits. Caves. Containing skeletons that didn't match what the priests had been taught back in Toledo. Femurs over 3 feet long. Skulls that wouldn't fit in a man's helmet. Hands wide enough to palm a barrel. At first, they assume it's exaggeration. Tales told by locals. Tribal myths inflated over time. But then they see them. More than once. And the records letters, chronicles, mission reports begin to pile up. Always the same details. Burials in remote areas, bones far larger than human, frequently found near megalithic ruins, and always followed by silence. Take, for example, the chronicler Pedro Cieza de Leon. In his writings on Peru, he casually mentions that among the ruins of the north coast, the locals speak of giants. He dismisses it at first until he hears similar stories inland. Then he finds the bones. He describes them as humans of monstrous size, buried in ceremonial pits, surrounded by stone tools that were also too large to wield. He doesn't elaborate. He doesn't theorize. He just moves on. Like he was afraid to say more. And he wasn't the only one. Father Cristobal de Acuna, in his Amazonian expedition, mentions peoples of great stature, spoken of by various tribes seen. Others remembered. The tone is cautious, not sensational, almost careful, as if they're touching something that might still be watching. So what do we make of these accounts? Were they just misinterpretations? Could they have been mastodon bones? Sure, it's possible. Mastodon skeletons have been misidentified before. But the Spanish weren't amateurs. They knew human anatomy. They knew what femurs looked like. They weren't digging up dinosaur fossils every other week and calling them saints. And the bones weren't fossilized. They were fresh enough to still carry structure, still hold mass, still frighten grown men into whispering prayers. Then there's the consistency. From Ecuador to Chile, the pattern repeats. Massive graves. Oversized skeletons. Legends of giants who lived before the Inca, who fought the gods, who ate men, who vanished in a great cataclysm. These stories aren't footnotes. They're foundations. Entire tribal mythologies are built on the idea that something larger came before and left its bones behind. Let's go deeper. In the region of Caral, one of the oldest known civilizations in the Americas, the megalithic structures show signs of engineering far more advanced than expected. Stones that weigh tons, placed without mortar, aligned to solstices. Not impossible, but suspicious, especially when the tools found nearby seem laughably inadequate. You begin to wonder, who actually built these? And for whom? Because the Spanish found not just bones but tools. Hammers, picks, axes. Too heavy for modern use, balanced for arms twice the length of a man's. Why make a pickaxe you can't lift? Unless it wasn't made for you. But here's where it gets darker. Because eventually, the findings stop. Not because the bones are gone, but because they're no longer reported. From the late 1600s onward, the Spanish chronicles go quiet on the giants. Not a slow fade, a hard cut, as if someone had decided, enough. And suddenly, the giant bones are no longer a curiosity. They're a liability. Some of the last references to Peruvian giants mention the bones being destroyed, burned, reburied, hidden by church authorities who feared they contradicted scripture. Others speak of bones being shipped to Europe never to be seen again. There are no museum records, no photographs, just stories, and the occasional whisper from a local who swears his grandfather found a skull as big as a dog. Skeptics, of course, dismiss all of this. They say it's folklore, misunderstanding, exaggeration. But that's easy to say when you haven't been to the pit, when you haven't stood in the cold Andean morning and stared down at a femur longer than your leg, or at a skull with molars the size of walnuts, or a rib cage that looks like it could wrap around you twice. And then there are the indigenous records, the oral traditions passed down through generations. The Moche, the Nazca, the Wariel have stories of titans, not as gods, as enemies, as precedents, beings who ruled before humans, who were struck down, but not forgotten, and always buried. So what were they? Pre-human hominids? An extinct species? Aliens? Demigods? We don't know, but they left marks, not just in dirt, in stone, in memory, and in the way the Spanish wrote about them with reverence and dread, like men who knew they were trespassing in a dead god's house. And maybe the giants weren't just an aberration. Maybe they were part of a larger cycle, because other cultures thousands of miles away tell similar tales of massive beings, of sudden extinction, of bones found and quickly hidden. The Paiute, the Greeks, the Norse, the Samoans, all speak of a time before time, when the world was too small for its inhabitants, when men were prey, and the earth cracked under each step. And here's the final twist. What if the Peruvian giants didn't die out? What if they went underground? Literally. Into caves. Into legends. Into the blank spots on maps labeled inaccessible. Maybe they're gone. Maybe not. But either way, they left something behind. And maybe that's worse. Because the bones still turn up. Quietly. Anonymously. In valleys no one visits. In digs no one funds. And when they do, they vanish again. Into the museum vaults. The private collections. The shadows. Like a secret the earth itself is trying to forget. Or like a warning. Because just beyond Peru, in the deep forests and caves of Connecticut, lies another kind of burial. One even older and stranger. Built by hands no one remembers. Housing people no one can name. The Connecticut Caves and Burials, pre-colonial. It starts with a stone. Or, more precisely, a hole in the earth where a stone shouldn't be. Not just one stone, but several, placed, stacked, slotted into each other without mortar, without tools, without reason, at least not one that history has deigned to explain. These aren't natural formations. These are chambers, vaults, caves in name only, but clearly artificial in design. Some nestled deep in the hills of Litchfield County, others buried under thickets in Fairfield, or hidden beneath the moss-stained shadows of the Berkshire foothills. What they are, exactly, depends on who you ask. Some call them root cellars. Some call them colonial ice houses. But the locals know better. The locals call them tombs. And in a few rare, undocumented cases, they've been opened. And what they found inside didn't belong to any history we've written. Let's walk into one. There's no path, no sign, just a break in the underbrush where the trees hush each other. It's low to the ground waist high, maybe. The entrance is a narrow slab-framed portal, not carved with runes, not adorned with feathers or flags, just there. A black mouth in the dirt. Step inside and you'll feel it. The drop in temperature, the sudden stillness. Like you've stepped out of Connecticut and into something older. The interior is roughly rectangular. The walls stone, stacked without gaps. The roof a massive capstone, some weighing over 10 tons. Balanced, supported, not fallen. Engineered. And at the back, if the chamber hasn't collapsed or been looted, you might find a depression in the ground. A pit. Shallow. Sometimes lined with stone, sometimes not. But more than once filled with bone. The state of Connecticut is not known for ancient mysteries. It's a land of colonial pride, granite churches, and Yale-educated certainty. But scattered across its quiet hills are over 100 of these structures. Some call them stone chambers. Others, megalithic cells. There's no consensus on who built them. And that's where things get dark. Because the timelines don't add up. Officially, these chambers are colonial-era constructions, built in the 1600s or 1700s by settlers needing cold storage or root shelters. Sure, except for the ones buried under 6 feet of forest, loam implying centuries of undisturbed growth before European arrival. Or the ones aligned perfectly with solstices and equinoxes like their better-known cousins in Ireland or Brittany. Or the ones discovered with skeletal remains buried in fetal positions, wrapped in bark, their skulls flattened or elongated, features not known among the local Algonquian tribes. These aren't potato sellers. They're tombs. Take the Gunjiwamp complex in Croatan. Yes, that's a real name. A cluster of stone circles, walls, and chambers in the Connecticut woods. The site has baffled researchers for decades. There are double-walled structures with internal vents. Stone-lined fire pits with carbon-dated ashes stretching back 1,000 years. One chamber aligns with the setting sun on the equinox. Another has a passage that channels light into the rear vault only on certain days of the year, lighting it up like a cosmic eye. No colonial farmer built that. And yet, it's not officially acknowledged as pre-colonial. Because to do that would be to admit something frightening. That someone else was here. Someone we can't identify. Let's talk about bones. There's no formal record of mass burials in these chambers. That's by design. The state doesn't permit unauthorized excavation of suspected Native American sites. Good. Respect the dead. But there are stories. From landowners. From amateur explorers. Stories of opening up a chamber after a rock slide and finding jawbones too large. Teeth worn flat in ways that don't match modern diets. Skulls with cranial features, inconsistent with local population, some showing signs of trepanning, surgical boring of holes, ancient medicine. One farmer in the 1930s claimed he found a full skeleton, curled like an embryo, over 7 feet long. He reburied it. Didn't tell the state. Said it gave him nightmares. Even more disturbing are the artifacts. Hammerstones made of flint, not native to the region. Pottery fragments with decorative patterns that match nearly identically designs found in Iberian Neolithic sites. Scraps of textile too degraded to date, but made of materials no longer used. Not enough to prove a connection. Just enough to suggest one. Like puzzle pieces from 2 different boxes that still somehow fit. And then there's the sound. Some of these chambers resonate. Literally. Hum inside them, and the frequencies bounce in unnatural ways. Some researchers claim these acoustics match sky caves in the Andes or dolmens in Korea, designed to alter consciousness during rituals. Why would colonial farmers build structures that hum at specific frequencies? Why align their root cellars to the winter solstice? Why build anything this way, with no records, no repetition, and no reason? They didn't, because they weren't the builders. Let's get mythic. The Algonquian people, long before the English arrived, spoke of a race they called the Wiimate little people, who lived underground. Tricksters, not spirits, not quite human. Dangerous, if disturbed. In other tales, larger beings tall, pale, and mute came from the sea and built stone places where no one was allowed to go. After the third winter, they vanished, leaving only shapes in the earth and fear in the stories. We don't like to talk about these things. We like neat timelines. Indigenous migration over the Bering Land Bridge. Colonial arrival in 1620. But these chambers don't care about our categories. They sit in the woods, growing moss, slowly being swallowed by soil and memory. They don't ask to be noticed, but they demand to be remembered. Because here's the secret. You don't build a tomb unless there's something to bury. And you don't bury something this carefully unless you want it to stay down. And sometimes, it doesn't. There have been stories, whispers, of hikers hearing voices inside the chambers, of light coming from sealed vaults, of bones found, reburied, and then lost. One story tells of a local boy who fell into a collapsed chamber and emerged an hour later speaking in a language no one recognized. He forgot it days later. Another tells of a chamber whose capstone cracked during a thunderstorm, revealing nothing inside but a pit of perfectly black water. It stayed that way for weeks. Then the water vanished. No trace of where it went. You can dismiss all of this if you like. Say it's myth. Hysteria. But the chambers remain. And the woods keep growing. And every year, more of them are found by hikers, hunters, children with sticks. Unmarked, unstudied, unexplained. They're not asking for your attention. They're waiting. Because something is buried here. Something older than colonists. Older than tribes. Older than memory. And if that doesn't keep you up at night, wait until you hear what swims offshore. Because not far from these haunted hills, in the cold Atlantic waters of Massachusetts, something moves. Something long. And serpentine. And seen. By captains. By fishermen. By towns that still won't talk about what washed ashore in 1817. The Sea Serpent of Gloucester. 1817 CE, but sightings date further back. The sea is not a mystery. That's what we like to believe. We map its depths, chart its currents, track its tides. We give it names. We tame it with buoys and satellites and shipping lanes. We convince ourselves that it's under control. But then, something slithers up from the deep. Something long. Something that doesn't blink. And suddenly, centuries of nautical arrogance collapse into a single primal truth. We do not know what's beneath us. In the summer of 1817, the fishing town of Gloucester, Massachusetts stoic, salt-hardened, utterly no-nonsense found itself staring down a monster. It wasn't a myth. It wasn't a sailor's tale. It was a sea serpent. And it wasn't alone. Let's get into it. July 1817. Gloucester is just another working town hugging the ragged Atlantic coast. Boats out at dawn, fish by the barrel. Superstition low, but persistent. Then come the sightings. A long, undulating creature, blackish-brown, smooth skin, easily over 60 feet in length, a head shaped like a horse, or a serpent, depending on who you asked. Moving with speed and elegance just below the surface, trailing a wake like a rowboat under oar. It's seen by fishermen, harbor workers, dockhands, even ministers. Not one, dozens, then hundreds. day after day. The descriptions were oddly consistent. It moved with vertical undulations, not horizontal, like an eel or fish, more like a mammal. It breached like a whale, but with a long, sinuous spine arcing above the waves. Some witnesses said it had humps, like the coils of a submerged rope. Others saw it raise its head several feet out of the water, look around, then submerge again. And this wasn't at sea. This was close, near docks, near boats, near children playing on the shore. Panic didn't set in immediately. This was 1817, not the age of viral hysteria. People didn't have time to scream about monsters when they were hauling cod. But concern grew. Enough that the Linnaean Society of New England, yes, the same society founded to advance legitimate biological science, sent a team to investigate. They didn't scoff. They didn't laugh it off. They took the sighting seriously, interviewed witnesses, drew sketches, and then issued a formal report. They concluded that a previously unknown species, possibly a sea serpent of the genus Scoliophis atlanticus, had been observed in Massachusetts Bay. Yes, a scientific society formally declared a sea monster real. That's not folklore. That's documentation. Then came the body. Well, a body. Later that summer, a strange carcass washed ashore on Cape Ann, roughly 10 feet long, serpentine, with an elongated head, small flippers, and a dorsal fin. The remains were brought to the local museum, examined, sketched, then mysteriously lost. No skeleton remains, no preserved tissue, just the drawings, just the eyewitnesses, just the silence that followed. Now, skeptics arrive like seagulls to a trash barge. They say misidentification. It was a whale, a basking shark, a pod of dolphins. Sure, except for the fact that fishermen professional ocean watchers insisted it was none of those. These weren't landlubbers seeing their first porpoise. These were men who lived on water, in boats that could be overturned by a sneeze from the wrong creature. And they were scared. Because this wasn't just a fluke. It kept showing up. And it had a history. Because the sea serpent of Gloucester wasn't born in 1817. That's just when it got famous. Reports of similar creatures date back to the 1600s. Native American oral traditions speak of serpents longer than birch canoes that coiled in the depths and sometimes came to shore during storms. 17th century colonial diaries mention sea dragons glimpsed in the surf. In 1639, Governor John Winthrop recorded a sighting of a sea serpent near Cape Ann almost 200 years before the Gloucester incident. Same place, same shape, same fear. But 1817 was the crescendo. The monster didn't just visit, it moved in. For weeks, sightings came in from Marblehead, Nahant, Salem, even into Boston Harbor. Newspapers ran stories. Sketches were made. Crowds gathered at cliffs and docks, hoping for a glimpse. It became a public obsession. Then nothing. The creature vanished. Like it had slipped back beneath a layer of reality we're not allowed to peel back for too long. Let's pause here. Because this isn't just a sea monster story. It's an ecosystem of anomalies. Sea serpents have been reported across the globe for centuries. The Cadborosaurus in the Pacific Northwest. The Morgar off Cornwall. The Haitlik of the Nucha-Nulth people. And always the same basic profile. Long, undulating, intelligent. Seen? Feared? Dismissed. Here's the twist. In the 20th century, military sonar picked up unknown deep-sea movements in the North Atlantic. Massive readings. Slow, silent. When plotted, they moved not like submarines or known marine animals, but like something serpentine. When queried, the Navy declined comment. because some things are easier left unidentified. And that Gloucester body? The one that vanished? Some say it was moved to Harvard. Others say it was destroyed, too decomposed, too controversial. Others claim it was never a sea serpent at all, but a hoax using parts from known animals. But none of that matters, because the serpent didn't care about being believed. It came. It was seen. And then it left. Maybe it was curious. Maybe it was territorial. Or maybe, just maybe, it was returning. A seasonal migration from depths we haven't mapped. A survivor from a lineage we refuse to admit. Not extinct, just hiding. Because the ocean doesn't forget. And what lives in it isn't bound by our taxonomy. But perhaps the most chilling idea is this. What if it wasn't alone? What if the sea serpent wasn't a fluke sighting, but a scout? An emissary? A vanguard of something older? What if there's a whole category of creatures watching us from below surfacing only when the veil thins? And when they surface, they leave trails. Like hoofprints in snow, or children in pits, or pillars of iron that refuse to rust, or bones too large for human guilt. The ocean has always been a veil, a mirror we stare into, hoping to see only ourselves. But sometimes it stares back. And in 1817, Gloucester got a good, long look. And it blinked. The lost pyramid of Tepi, ancient Egypt, purely speculative. In the beginning, there was no sand. No time, no death, no memory. Only the blackness of non-existence and the stillness of infinite water. Then Tepi. The first time. That's how the ancient Egyptians described the origin of all things. Not as a vague cosmic birth, but as a specific event. A moment when order emerged from chaos, when the gods themselves walked the earth, when the Nile had not yet learned to flood, and the stars had not yet taken their thrones. Tepi was not a metaphor. It was a place, a time, a memory. And like all memories too strange to be sustained, it was buried. Somewhere beneath the sand something remains. A structure, a ruin, a record of that first time. A pyramid. Older than Giza. Older than dynasty. Older than the concept of kings. This is not a myth. It is a rumor sharpened into shape over centuries. A whisper that keeps turning up in places no one expects, inside temple inscriptions, behind forgotten chamber doors, at the bottom of papyrus scrolls that fade into smoke and metaphor just before they say too much. The pyramid of Tepi has never been found. No photographs, no satellite images, just clues. A triangulated fever dream of references that suggest if it existed it predates the Great Pyramid by millennia. Let that settle in. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, built around 2560 BCE, is already older than the Roman Empire is to us. Now imagine something even older than that. Something so old that Khufu's architects might have looked at its ruins and learned, not invented, copied. The idea isn't new. In the temples of Abydos and Edfu, inscriptions describe a golden age when the Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, ruled the land. These weren't kings. They weren't gods. They were something else. Tall, wise, possessors of divine knowledge, and builders. The texts don't say what they built, but they hint massive monuments, lost cities, houses of eternity aligned to the stars. The center of their world? Tepi. The first time. We treat this like legend because it doesn't fit into our narrative. But the ancients weren't careless with language. They didn't invent phrases like first time for poetic kicks. In Egyptian cosmology, time was not linear, it was cyclical. Tepi wasn't just the beginning. It was the blueprint. A cosmic template that every pharaoh, every temple, every ceremony tried to recreate. And if they were recreating, what was the original? Here's where the theory becomes a threat. Because if there was a pyramid older than Giza hidden, buried, erased, it undermines everything we think we know about Egyptology. It implies a civilization not simply early, but forgotten. Not primitive, but precise. Not myth, but missing. And the reasons for that absence may be more horrifying than any tomb curse or mummy's revenge. Let's talk location. Several sites have been proposed. The most compelling, under the sands west of the step pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara. Satellite imaging has revealed subsurface anomalies, geometric, angular, not natural. Burial chambers? Maybe. Collapsed structures? Possibly. A lost pyramid? The shape fits. The orientation, if correct, aligns to the ancient path of the Milky Way, not the Nile. Not to the river of Egypt, but to the river of the sky. Whoever built it may not have been mapping Earth. They were mapping home. Here's the irony. The older a structure is in Egypt, the more advanced it often appears. The Great Pyramid is more precise than its successors. Its stones fit tighter. Its alignment to true north is more exact. The deeper we dig, the smarter it gets. That's backwards. Technology doesn't regress. Unless we're missing the beginning. Unless there was a Tepi Pyramida mother structure, now buried, half forgotten, and everything else was a shadow. A ritualistic echo. A desperate attempt to recreate something lost. And then there's the matter of erosion. The Sphinxes, the Rosetta Stone of this theory. Some geologists argue that the body of the Sphinx shows signs of water erosion. Heavy water erosion. The kind that requires centuries of torrential rain, which last occurred in Egypt around 7,000 to 5,000 BCE, thousands of years before dynastic Egypt began. Which means either the Sphinx is far older than we've been told, or the ground beneath it holds secrets older than the pharaohs, possibly including a buried complex, possibly including a pyramid. Let's go deeper into the myth. The Edfu building texts, some of the oldest and most mysterious inscriptions in Egypt, describe a primeval temple constructed in Tepi by beings who came from the sky. Not gods, not birds, not metaphors. Beings. They came, they built, they left or fell. The structure they made was meant to preserve divine knowledge. A repository. A house of the net. The earliest mention of what some interpret as a record-keeping system. Some believe that house was not a temple. It was a pyramid. And that pyramid still lies buried beneath the sand, holding the truth not of a civilization, but of a civilization before civilization. But here's the cruel twist. Egypt is swallowing it. Every year, more of the desert is paved over. Developed? Gated? Touristed? The sites where whispers of Tepi once breathed no fenced, guarded, or declared off-limits. The story is being buried again. Not by sand, by convenience, by politics. By the fear that to confirm something older than Giza is to redefine everything after it. What would that even mean? That the origins of civilization didn't come from Mesopotamia? That writing didn't evolve, it was reintroduced? That the gods of Egypt weren't invented, they were remembered? That pyramids weren't tombs, but machines? Machines not for the dead, but for time itself? We don't know. We probably never will. Because every time someone gets close to Tepi proving the existence of the first pyramid, something happens. Dig sites closed. Permits revoked. Scholars dismissed. Not because they're wrong, but because they're asking the one question Egyptology isn't allowed to ask. What came before the beginning? Maybe the pyramid of Tepi doesn't exist. Maybe it's a metaphor. A myth. An origin story like Eden. But even myths have teeth. Even stories that aren't true point to the ones that are. And if enough ancient voices keep whispering the same name, maybe it's not a fantasy. Maybe it's a memory. Encoded. Buried. Waiting. And if you still think Tepi is just poetry, then explain this. There's a rumor among certain circles, unconfirmed, denied, discredited, that in 1922, during the clearance around Tutankhamun's tomb, workers stumbled on a sealed shaft leading west. They were told not to dig. The shaft was covered again. And the official report? Never filed. Because if something from the first time was sleeping just under the Valley of the Kings, no one was ready to wake it. The Devil's Footprints in Sardinia, ancient. Some things wear their mystery like a disguise, others wear it like a crown. And then there are the things that wear it like a wandopin, ancient and endlessly bleeding questions. In the caves and hills of Sardinian Island, not far from the tourist traps of modern Italy, but far enough for time to hold its breath, you'll find them. Footprints. Not in sand. Not in soil. But in stone, stamped into the hard surface of caves and cliff faces as if molten at the moment of impact. They are cloven, they are deep, and they are not supposed to be there. Because the stone is ancient, and the steps whatever made them walked alone. Let's orient ourselves. Sardinia isn't just an island, it's a geological time capsule. A place that has resisted every invader, every empire, every attempt to define it. It's a world apart, shaped by volcanic violence and ancient ritual. Here, time folds in on itself. Roman ruins collapse into Bronze Age tombs. Pagan rites echo in Christian chapels. And in the caves, the oldest residents remain. Not skeletons. Not spirits. But shapes. Tracks. Footprints. The most famous are found in the Supramonte Rangia, mountainous forested stretch where limestone caverns yawn open like forgotten mouths. Local shepherds know the stories. Hikers sometimes stumble upon them. You enter the cave. You shine your light. And there they are. Footprints cloven, as if made by the hoof of a goat, but too large, too deep, sometimes in pairs, sometimes in single file, as if something walked in, turned, and walked out again. They're etched into the stone floor where no animal could leave a mark. And they are ancient. Not carved, not recent, pressed, as if the rock had been soft, as if the stone had yielded. This isn't a single cave, or a single print. They're scattered across Sardinia. In some locations they vanish into walls. In others, they stop abruptly at a precipice as if the walker simply leapt into the sky. Some are perfect, razor-edged, as if stamped yesterday. Others are worn, smoothed by time or touch, and yet still unmistakably not human. And always ways they are in places of silence. No roads lead to them. No signs point them out. You have to find them. Or they have to find you. The locals have names for them. Passi del Diavolo. The Devil's Steps. Because what else would leave a mark in stone and then vanish? What else walks upright, leaves hooves, and never dies? For centuries, Sardinian legend has whispered about beings in the hills, not just devils, not just monsters. Others? Creatures that live in the bones of the island, that come out at dusk, that steal children and lead travelers astray. Sometimes they leave marks. Sometimes they don't. Now, to the skeptics. They'll tell you these prints are geological oddities. Erosions, natural formations caused by water, gas, tectonic shifts. Sure, except nature doesn't make pairs. Nature doesn't make patterns. Nature doesn't stamp evenly spaced tracks across a chamber floor, angled as if a bipedal entity had paused, turned, and walked off into the dark. These are intentional, but not human. And here's where the fear sharpens. Because Sardinia isn't a stranger to the unnatural. The island is riddled with Nuraghe megalithic stone towers built in the Bronze Age, with no mortar, no writing, and no clear purpose. Thousands of them, scattered like chess pieces. Each one older than the Roman Empire. Each one aligned, sometimes to stars, sometimes to solstices, sometimes to nothing at all. And within some of these towers deep in their bellies you'll find more prints. Sometimes human, sometimes not, sometimes both. Let's go deeper. The Nuragic people left almost no written record. No books, no scrolls, just stones, shapes, artifacts, myths. One of their recurring motifs? The Kapra, goat-headed figure with elongated limbs, often depicted in rituals or cave art. To the modern eye, it looks like folklore. To the ancient one, it might have been memory. What if they weren't worshipping the goat? What if they were hiding from it? Or worse, trying to copy it? To become it? To understand why it walked through stone? And what if it wasn't alone? Because these cloven footprints aren't unique to Sardinia. They appear in folklore across Europe. The 1,855 Devil's Footprints in Devon, England. Similar tracks in Germany. Scattered reports in Romania. Even a 13th century Irish account of hoofprints crossing a monastery roof leading nowhere. Always the same characteristics. Always the same silence. We call them the devil's marks not because they belong to Satan, but because they belong to something we can't define. And anything that walks like a man but leaves the mark of a beast? That's always the devil. Now ask yourself, why stone? Why leave marks not in sand or soil, but in the hardest thing on earth? What if it wasn't just a step? What if it was a seal? A way to bind something? To remind us? To say, this is where I passed, and I can pass again. In the modern day, some researchers have tried to 3D scan the Sardinian prints. The data is strange. Depths vary in a way inconsistent with erosion. Some show signs of rotational pressure as if twisted into the rock. Others contain mineral discoloration, not native to the surrounding stone. This isn't wear and tear. This is intrusion, like the rock wasn't carved but displaced. And yet, no one will publish the findings. Why? Because science doesn't allow demons. Because the devil's hoof doesn't belong in a lab, but it does belong in memory. And that's where Sardinia keeps it. In lullabies, in warnings, in trails that don't appear on maps. Some caves have been sealed, others collapsed naturally, some simply refuse to be found again, even with GPS. Locals say the island changes, that if you seek the footprints, they vanish. But if you try to forget them, they appear. Maybe the prints aren't a path. Maybe they're a circuit, a loop waiting to be completed. Maybe they're part of something larger. A symbol that spans continents. Footprints in Sardinia. Marks in Devon. Symbols in Peru. A network. An ancient geometry. Not for travel, but for return. Because maybe the entity that left those prints didn't just walk through the world. Maybe it was mapping it, leaving marks like a trail of breadcrumbs. For itself. For others. For a future reckoning. And if that sounds paranoid, remember this. In Sardinia, the hoofprints don't always face the same direction. Some walk in, some walk out, some face each other, as if two sets entered, and only one left. Or maybe, neither did. The disappearance of the Picts, post-9th century CE. By the 9th century they had names. They had borders. They had kings, They had carved their symbols into stone, raised their dead in fortified roundhouses, and fought invaders tooth and nail from the shores of Fife to the peaks of the Grampians. And then, silence. Not a long fade, not a slow decline. A cut, a vanishing act that would make Houdini jealous. The Picts, a people so distinctive in identity that even the Romans couldn't subsume them, simply disappeared from the pages of history. No mass graves, no conquests chronicled in blood and ink, no final rebellion, just an empty stage. Their last known king, Constantine Mac Fergusa, dies in 820 CE. His successor? Not a Pict. From there, the historical record shifts. Suddenly, it's not Pictland anymore. It's Scotland. And the Picts are gone. Not as individuals, but as a culture. As a language. As an idea. It's easy to lose a battle. Harder to lose a civilization. Harder still to lose it so thoroughly that its language disappears without leaving a readable sentence behind. Because here's the thing. We still don't know what language the Picts spoke. The Pictish stones, those stunning slabs carved with beast symbols, crescents, and rodsair, among the most visible yet least understood relics in Europe. Hundreds of them, scattered from Orkney to Angus. No one has translated them. Not for lack of trying. Some believe they were ideogram symbols representing families, tribes, or religious icons. Others suggest they're a ciphered script, a code only the elite could read, a script intentionally closed to outsiders. But here's the frightening possibility. What if they're not language? What if they're memory? What if each stone is not a record of the living, but a seal over the dead? Because when the Picts vanished, they took more than words. They took continuity. They took 1,000 years of unbroken tradition and let it dissolve into myth. We find remnants, Pictish brooches, pottery, weapons, but never a context, never a city, never a capital with street names and records and maps and taxes. What kind of civilization builds a network of symbols and stones and fortresses and yet leaves no books? No scrolls? No papyrus? None of their tools? None of their dead? This is the real terror of the Pictish disappearance. It's not that they were wiped out. It's that they weren't. Their DNA didn't vanish. Their land didn't burn. Their stone circles didn't fall. They were absorbed. Not by sword. Not by plague. But by time. And something else. Something slower. There's a theory, quietly passed around the corners of academic rooms where no one wants to raise their voice. It goes like this. The Picts didn't disappear. They changed. Voluntarily. They joined with the Gaels of Dalriada. They intermarried. They baptized their kings. They learned Gaelic. And eventually, they stopped being Picts. But that doesn't explain the symbols, or the sudden silence of Pictish identity, or the fact that no other European culture disappeared quite this neatly, or the way their name Picta was, not their own, but a Roman label. If they went willingly into obscurity, why erase themselves so completely? Why take their tongue, their myths, their godsand, toss them into the sea? Why bury the stones? Let's look at the stones again. Some are simple. A crescent, a rod, a circle intersected by another. But others are bizarre. Beast symbols with no real-world analog. A serpent curled in impossible geometry. A double disc with Z-shaped lines that seem to mirror constellations. Some symbols only appear once, ever. Were they heraldic badges? Ritual diagrams? Portals? We don't know. But here's what we do know. They weren't random. They were placed. Carved with care, with intent, on stones that were hauled and shaped and aligned. To bury that much meaning under such effort only to leave no key? That isn't forgetfulness. That's design. And then there's the matter of the fairy hills. Throughout Scotland, especially in the Pictish north, there are mounds, rounded hills, artificial in shape, natural in appearance. Locals say you shouldn't dig there. Not because of spirits, because of something older. Dig, and strange things happen. Tools go missing. Birds stop singing. People report dreams, visions of symbols they've never seen until they visit one of the carved stones and recognize them. What if the Picts weren't erasing themselves? What if they were hiding? What if they foresaw the collapse? Not politically, cosmically. What if they weren't trying to escape time but to outlast it? By encoding their culture into symbols, by leaving their language on mute, waiting for someone not just to translate it but to trigger it. What if every Pictish stone is a key? What if the reason they haven't been translated is because they aren't meant to be until the right moment? We look at history like a ladder. One step follows another. But sometimes someone jumps off the ladder. Sometimes they leave it entirely. The Picts might have done just that. Turned sideways. Stepped into a different rhythm of time. Into myth. Into mist. And we, walking our linear timeline, can only feel the echo of their footprints pressed, faintly, into the wet heather. Here's the real horror. We don't even know if they're dead. Not culturally, not genetically, not spiritually, because something remains. In the hills, in the stones, in the empty spaces between modern maps. Walk through the highlands and you'll hear it. A hush that isn't wind. A shape in the fog that isn't rock. The sense that something is watching. Not malicious. Just waiting. For what? For who? For us? And if you think this sounds like fantasy, think about this. Every culture that interacted with the Picts wrote about them the same way. Elusive. Fierce. Painted. Mysterious. Never conquered. Just changed. It's as if history couldn't decide whether they were a people or a phenomenon. And maybe that's because they were both. Maybe the Picts weren't meant to endure. Maybe they were a message, a pattern, an encrypted civilization. And like any good encryption, it's only a matter of time before it's cracked. But time is running out, because the stones are eroding, and the symbols are fading, and the hills are being flattened for roads. And once the last stone falls, the last whisper goes silent. But the next time you see a crescent with a rod running through it, the next time you see a serpent with a smile that doesn't belong to nature, you'll know you've been marked. Not by war, not by culture, by memory. And the next mystery? It's shaped like a ship, but it doesn't float. It sits, solid, in the fields of Sweden. Massive stones, arranged like a vessel bound not for sea but for sky, the stone ship of Aile's stones, circa 600 CE. In the hills of Scania, southern Sweden, not far from the crashing salt winds of the Baltic coast, a ship has been frozen in time, not in a bottle, not in wood, but in stone. Aile's stones, or as the locals call it, Aile's Stinar. 59 massive boulders, arranged in the shape of a longboat, stretching 67 meters from stern to bow, standing like sentinels on a windswept cliff overlooking the sea. Not buried, not hidden, not ruined. Just there. Timeless. And silent. A monument with no plaque. A mystery with no script. A ship that cannot sail, pointing not toward water, but toward the sun. This is not a Viking relic. This is older. This is stranger. And it might not have been built for the dead. It might have been built for something the dead feared. Let's lay it out. The site consists of 59 stones, each between 1.6 and 1.8 meters tall, arranged in a perfect outline of a seafaring vessel. 2 larger stones mark the prow and stern, giving the entire formation a ghostly sense of momentum like it's sailing across the earth itself. Stone ships, as they're called, are not unique to Ale. They've been found across Scandinavia, in various sizes and degrees of preservation. But none match Ale's scale. None match its location, and none match its alignment. Because Ale's stones doesn't just point toward the sea, it aligns with the solstices. The bow faces the sunset of the summer solstice. The stern, the winter solstice sunrise. This isn't coincidence. This is a calendar, or a clock, or a warning. Mainstream archaeology says Ale's stones was constructed around 600 CE, during the Swedish Iron Age, possibly a burial site, possibly a sun calendar, possibly a tribal monument to some long-dead chieftain whose name was never recorded. But dig deeper and you hit stone that dates even earlier. Some scholars have proposed dates closer to 1,400 BCE based on carbon findings beneath the site. Others have dismissed those numbers as contamination. But what if they're not? What if the stones are older than we're willing to admit? And what if someone else later reactivated the site? Not to bury the dead, but to mark something else. Here's where it gets unsettling. There's no body. No grave beneath Ale's stones has ever been conclusively found. Some artifacts, charcoal, burnt bones, fragments, but no central burial. No honored corpse. No funerary chamber. This ship may have been built for the dead, but no dead rode it. Unless what it carried wasn't flesh, but memory. Then there's the acoustics. Yes, acoustics. Several researchers have noted that standing at the center of Ale's stones and speaking aloud creates an unnatural echo, a flattening of sound, as if the stones absorb tone and bounce it in directions no ear expects. Tests have shown minor electromagnetic anomalies at the site's center. The ground pulses, with a frequency just barely detectable, low, steady. This is not unique in ancient megalithic sites. But here, it's different, because the frequency spikes slightly during the solstices, and no one knows why. You begin to see the pattern, alignment with the sun, no known burial, echoes that warp, electromagnetic activity. If this was a tomb, it was one with a different purpose. A gate, a vessel meant not to carry bodies but time. Maybe Ale's stones isn't about death at all. Maybe it's about transit. Maybe it's a ship waiting for passengers. Or a route once traveled in cycles so vast we've forgotten the destination. Look at the shape again. It mimics a ship, yes. But it also mimics the Milky Way. The Vikings called it the road to Valhalla, a celestial river that souls traveled after death. The Sami people, too, believed the stars were boats. What if Ale's stones was a map? What if each stone marked not just time but coordinates? A star chart encoded in granite. Then there's the folklore. Local legend speaks of giants. Not metaphorical ones. Actual giants. A Leith's supposed namesake of the stones is said to have been a warrior king of massive stature, buried under the stones, risen again, reburied. It's always the same rhythm in these tales. Giant appears. Stone raised. Giant disappears. What if it wasn't metaphor? What if something once came here that wasn't human? Something large. Something strange. And someone marked the spot it landed. Or launched. The stones show weathering, inconsistent with their exposure. Some surfaces are smoother than erosion patterns allow. Some have shallow carvings that have resisted decay for too long. But no runes. No names. No claims. Because this monument isn't about ego. It's about reminder. You stand at the prow on the summer solstice and you feel it. Not light. Not warmth. Direction. Like the sky is calling you forward. Like something long dead or long waiting is pointing the way. And here's the terrifying question. What if this isn't the only one? What if other stone ships were once part of a network? Nodes. Beacons. Each aligned to a different solstice, a different celestial event, a different gate. We treat them as graves because that's what we understand. But what if the ship wasn't for carrying the dead to the next world? What if it was built in response to something that came from there? The myth of ships from the sky is older than history. The Dogon of Mali tell of star gods arriving in vessels shaped like fish. The Hopi speak of flying shields. The Egyptians had sky boats used by Ra to traverse the heavens. We call it myth because we have no other category. But then we build ships of stone, align them to stars, and pretend we're just honoring ancestors. There's another theory. Ale stones are a countdown. Each stone, a marker of a year, a cycle, a rotation. A celestial clock, waiting to complete a revolution not measured in days, but in epochs. And when the last stone lines up with its twin on the horizon, something happens. Something returns. Or wakes. Or remembers. So what do? We take selfies in front of them. We draw diagrams. We debate dates. But we don't stand in the center and listen. We don't ask why people without modern tools moved multi-ton rocks to the edge of the world and stood them up in the shape of a skyboat. Because if we did, we might hear the answer. We might feel the echo. We might realize we're not the first. Not the first to measure the stars. Not the first to build ships that don't move. Not the first to watch the sky and whisper, "They're coming back." And what comes back might not be a god. Or a ghost. Or even a giant. It might be something much smaller. A whisper. A breath in the dark. A flicker of motion inside a geoglyph etched into a hillside so massive it can only be seen from above. A candelabra. Of the Andes. The candelabra of the Andes, pre-Columbian. It begins with a shape. Etched into the arid face of a hill on Peru's Paracas Peninsula, expanse so dry that some parts haven't seen rain in decades there, rises a symbol. Three-pronged, like a trident, like a tuning fork, like a candelabra lit by the hand of something not quite human. Known today as the Paracas Candelabra, it stretches more than 180 meters from base to tip and carves itself up to 75 centimeters deep into hardened soil. Its lines are so precise, so deliberate, so intentional you'd think it was made with machinery. It wasn't. Not unless someone brought machinery to the Americas thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines are famous. Tourists photograph them from planes. Archaeologists debate them in articles. But this is older, stranger, lonelier. Because while the Nazca geoglyphs were built on wide desert flats, the candelabra is carved into the side of a steep hill facing the ocean. Visible from the sea, invisible from the land. Here's the first puzzle. You can only see it properly from the water. Stand too close and the lines blur, angles vanish, scale dissolves. But sail away several miles out and, suddenly, it appears. Stark, white, massive, a signal not to the gods above, but to someone arriving by boat. It's not a calendar. It's not a map. It's a beacon. Some say it represents the lightning staff of Viracocha, the Incan creator god. Others claim it's a cactus, a sacred hallucinogen used in ritual ceremonies. Still others say it's a trident, a symbol of power, drawn by coastal peoples who understood the sea as both giver and taker of life. But none of those explanations fit cleanly. Because the candelabra is out of place. There's no temple nearby. No known settlement. No tombs. No bones. No shrines. Just a windswept slope, facing the Pacific, carved with a shape that screams, "Notice me." But who was meant to notice? Mainstream archaeology dates it to around 200 BCE, during the Paracas culture. But the dating is soft. It comes from pottery shards found nearby, not from the glyph itself. Because you can't date carved dirt, and no one has ever found a tool, a plan, a carving sequence. Only the mark. Only the message. Let's talk about that message. The candelabra isn't alone. The coastline around it, especially the surrounding desert, features dozens of smaller, less obvious marks. Straight lines, concentric circles, disjointed figures. All of them facing the water. Some leading directly inland, then stopping abruptly as if they were tracks or landing zones. Some people think they were made for the gods to see from the sky. Others think the opposite, that they were meant to be seen from the sea. Which begs the question, who, thousands of years ago, needed to be guided from the ocean? Here's where things take a turn. Ancient mariner theories abound. Some suggest early Polynesians reached South America long before Columbus. Others point to lost continents. Mu, Lemuria, Atlantis, and claim the glyph is a surviving signal. But what if it's even weirder? What if the candelabra isn't a welcome sign? What if it's a ward? A celestial "do not enter" carved into the earth by a culture too old to name. What if the reason no one lives near it is that they were warned not to? Let's zoom out. There's a pattern in ancient geoglyphs. They are non-verbal. They don't speak in language. They speak in form. They use shapes not to explain but to evoke. Spirals, tridents, humanoids with insect heads. Why? Because some messages are older than words. Because the sender wasn't speaking to us. What if the candelabra was the first contact? What if it was humanity's earliest recorded reply? Not a radio signal. Not a blinking satellite. Just a massive, unmissable sign on the coastline that says, "We saw you. We know you're there. This is our territory." Or worse, "Don't come back. There's another layer." Some researchers have noted magnetic anomalies near the candelabra. Compasses behave erratically. GPS systems drift. Even birds behave strangely, avoiding the slope, circling, then flying inland. Geologists blame subsurface minerals, but no core samples have been taken. Because the slope is protected. You're not allowed to dig. You're not allowed to touch. Only look. Only wonder. The entire region is wrapped in layers of sacred geography. To the Andean worldview, the land itself is alive. Mountains are spirits. Rivers are veins. Lines are veins of intention. The candelabra, in that frame, isn't just a symbol. It's a gesture. A movement frozen in the earth's skin. And that movement? It points due northwest, straight into the Pacific, toward nothing. Or maybe not nothing. Maybe toward something we can't see anymore. An island that sank. A base erased. A route no longer mapped. There's no shortage of sailors in history who claim to see lights where none should be. Ships where no port lies. Shapes beneath waves that don't match any known creature. Maybe the candelabra is the human part of a dialogue that ended before we were born. Or maybe it hasn't ended. Maybe we just stopped listening. In modern times, the candelabra has been ignored. Tourists snap pictures from boats. Locals shrug. Scientists avoid making claims they can't defend in peer-reviewed journals. But every once in a while, someone returns with a story. Of a light. A shimmer. A feeling like standing too close to something aware. Not malevolent. Not divine. Just watching. Measuring. Like a lighthouse that doesn't illuminate but records. And what it's recording? Might not be the sky. One more thing. The glyph doesn't erode. Not like it should. Not in this wind. Not in this dryness. Its lines remain crisp, decades after they were first photographed. As if something restores it. As if it refuses to fade. Because some messages are too important. Too permanent. Too final. And when you finally step back mentally, spiritually, you realize something bone-chilling. The candelabra doesn't need to be deciphered. It already served its purpose. It got here. You're reading about it now. You've seen it. And that's all it needed. The vampire burials of Slavic lands. Medieval. Before the vampire was a pale aristocrat in a velvet cape, before it became a teenage heartthrob or a Halloween costume, it was something much simpler and far more terrifying. It was a corpse that refused to stay dead. Not metaphorically. Literally. A body that wouldn't rot, that wouldn't sleep, that got up at night and drained the life from everything it loved. In the medieval Slavic world, from the mist-heavy forests of Poland to the sunless corners of Bulgaria and Serbia, people believed in these undead. Not as folklore, not as parable, but as a daily, bone-deep terror. And they acted accordingly. They dug up the dead. They mutilated corpses. They drove stakes, cut heads, placed stones in mouths, flipped bodies on their stomachs. Not to punish. To prevent. These were vampire burials. And they were very, very real. Let's start in the ground. Across Eastern Europe, archaeologists have unearthed thousands of graves that break all the rules of traditional Christian burial. No east-west alignment, no shrouds, no peaceful repose. Instead, stones jammed into the jaws, iron sickles placed across throats, stakes through the chest or pelvis, necks turned at impossible angles, rocks placed on limbs to pin them down, bodies buried face down. Not mistakes. Not eccentric funerary customs. These were calculated, deliberate, fear-soaked rituals to stop the dead from coming back. And here's the thing. These weren't criminals, not witches, not enemy soldiers. These were villagers, family members, sometimes respected elders, people who'd lived normal lives right up until they died the wrong way. Because in medieval Slavic belief, death wasn't the end. It was an event. And if it went off-script even slightly, it opened a door. A crack just wide enough for something to come back through. There were rules. If you died violently, you were at risk. If you died unbaptized, or before your time, or during an eclipse, you were a candidate. If you were born with a caul, or 2 teeth, or an extra nipple, you were marked. If animals jumped over your corpse before burial, you were doomed. And if you were buried improperly, or not mourned correctly, God help you, because no one else could. This wasn't just superstition. It was infrastructure. Whole villages had protocols. Lookouts at funerals. Midwives trained to recognize ominous births. Gravediggers who knew exactly where to strike if a corpse twitched. It wasn't horror fiction. It was public health policy. And then there were the signs. The indicators that a body wasn't resting easy. A corpse that didn't decay. One that bled from the mouth after death. One that groaned or shifted position, or was found in a different posture than how it was buried. These weren't exaggerations. Gas buildup, rigor mortis, natural decomposition. Sure, we know that now. They didn't. To them, if you opened a grave and found a bloated, ruddy-cheeked corpse with blood on its lips, you weren't looking at biology. You were looking at evil. Hungry evil. And There was only one thing to do. That's when the stakes came out. Yes, those stakes. Not the polished Hollywood kind. Rough wood, iron rods. Whatever was at hand. The goal was to pierce the heart, not to kill but to bind. To fix the body to the ground, to lock it in place. Sometimes they drove the stake through the chest. Sometimes the pelvisto nailed the body to the earth. In Bulgaria, graves have been found with thick iron rods through the middle of the body, as if impaling it like a butterfly to corkboard. Other times, they got more creative. Stones in the mouth to stop the corpse from biting. Scythes over the throat to decapitate the body if it tried to rise. Limbs dislocated, broken, removed. Heads cut off and placed between the legs. Hearts cut out and burned separately. All of it gruesome. All of it ritual. All of it terrified. This wasn't isolated. It was everywhere. In 2012, archaeologists near the town of Gliwice in Poland uncovered multiple skeletons with their heads placed between their legs and stones over their chests. In 2014, near Sozopol, Bulgaria, a vampire burial was found with a stake driven through the ribcage. In Romania, in the 2000s, villagers still practiced anti-vampire rituals, including exhumation and heart-burning, when mysterious illnesses struck. These aren't relics of a forgotten age. They're reminders that fear can survive anything. Even logic, even time. But here's the deeper layer. What if it wasn't just fear? What if some of these burials weren't overreaction, but response? What if people really saw something? A brother walking the road after death. A mother speaking from behind her sealed door. A daughter whose corpse looked too alive. We chalk it up to trauma, to grief hallucinations, to psychological breakdown. Maybe, but what if it was real? Not metaphorical, not supernatural, just undocumented. Some anomaly in death we still don't understand. Something the Slavs glimpsed and tried to manage and not explain. It's easy to dismiss these rituals as primitive. But then ask yourself, why did every culture, everywhere, have some version of this? The Chinese had the jiangshi. The Greeks placed coins on the eyes. The Celts buried their dead with rocks in their mouths. Even modern horror Dracula, Nosferatu, Salem's Low-Tit all comes from somewhere. These are not inventions. They are memories. Transmuted. Fictionalized. But rooted in something real. Something we don't like to admit still scares us. And maybe the real question isn't, why did they do this? Maybe the question is, why did they stop? When did we get so confident that we no longer needed to protect ourselves from the dead? When did we decide the corpse was harmless? Because if even one of those graves was dug the wrong way, if even one heart was pierced too late, if even one body went undisturbed when it shouldn't have, what exactly is waiting to climb out? We still use euphemisms for death. Passed on, at rest, laid to sleep. But the Slavs knew better. They didn't sleep. They waited. And now we walk over their graves like they're empty. But sometimes the dirt is too still. Sometimes the silence feels full. And sometimes, in the dead of winter, when the ground is hard and the wind bites with no moon, you feel something watching. From below. Not evil. Just unfinished. So bury your dead with care. Say the right words. Turn the body west. Place a stone, if it feels right. And whatever you do, don't ignore the signs. The lost city of the Z, pre-Columbian Amazon. It starts, as most great mysteries do, with a man walking into the jungle and never walking out. Lieutenant Colonel Percy Harrison Fawcett. Explorer, mapmaker, war veteran, gentleman of the British Empire. In 1925, he stepped into the Amazon rainforest, convinced he would find an ancient city of gold, wisdom, and lost knowledge. A place he called the last letter of the alphabet, the last destination of the human map. He was never seen again. Some say he was killed by tribes. Some say he died of starvation, snakebite, disease. And some say he found it. That he chose never to return. That the city, if it existed, had no need for maps, or men, or memory. Only silence. But this isn't about Fawcett. He's just the hook. The real story starts centuries before him, long before Europeans bumbled their way into the Amazon with crucifixes and cannon. It starts with Francisco de Orellana, a Spanish explorer who, in 1542, floated down the Amazon River and returned with tales no one believed. He spoke of vast cities, massive causeways, cultivated orchards stretching for miles, societies, civilizations, kingdoms of warriors, scholars, priests. He also spoke of women warriors Amazonas, which gave the river its name. Everyone laughed. The jungle, they said, was too hostile, too wet, too poor in nutrients, too chaotic to support anything more advanced than scattered tribes. But Orellana insisted. He had seen something, and by the time anyone thought to check, it was gone. That's the terror of the rainforest. It doesn't preserve. It reclaims. Cities melt into root systems. Walls dissolve under moss. Temples collapse under vines, thicker than tree trunks. In Europe, stone becomes ruin. In the Amazon, it becomes dirt. And yet, the clues remain, buried in mud, scattered through oral histories, hiding in plain sight like ghosts dressed in green. Artifacts, pottery, terraces, raised causeways, complex fish traps, patterns in the soil too geometric to be random. We call it terra preta, black earth, human-made soil rich in charcoal and nutrients, crafted thousands of years ago to sustain large-scale agriculture. This isn't theory. It's physical. You can dig it up, smell the carbon, test the layers. It was engineered by people who understood the land better than we ever will, people who fed the rainforest, not the other way around. And suddenly, Orellana's stories don't seem so far-fetched, and neither do Fawcett's. Because Fawcett didn't believe in El Dorado. He wasn't chasing gold. He was chasing history. Clues he found in dusty museum corners and whispered indigenous traditions. Mentions of a city hidden beyond the Xingu River. Stone streets, monuments, a place that predated the Inca, the Maya, the Aztecs. A place that never left a name, only the letter Z. So what was Z? A city? A network? A memory? Maybe all three. Maybe none. Because to understand the mystery, you have to understand the Amazon isn't a place. It's a system. It doesn't play by our rules. It doesn't reveal itself to the impatient. It devours the impatient. That's what happened to most European expeditions: disease, insects, paranoia, starvation, betrayal. But still they came. Because Z isn't just a myth. It's an invitation. There are maps. Tattered. Cryptic. Often labeled with red X's and question marks. One in particular, called the Manuscript 512, describes a lost city in the Brazilian interior with massive stone arches, a statue of a man pointing to the north, inscriptions no one could translate. It's real. It exists in the archives of the National Library of Brazil. Written in the 18th century by a Portuguese expedition who never returned. Their words were preserved. Their bodies were not. Z is not just one city. It might be many. A string of settlements connected by the river, which was not a barrier but a highway. And the jungle wasn't wild. It was cultivated, pruned, guided, controlled. We used to think the rainforest was untouched. Now we know better. It's a garden, one grown by forgotten hands, which means the idea of a single glittering city might be wrong. Z might not be a metropolis. It might be a civilization. A diffuse, complex society adapted to the rhythms of the jungle. No stone pyramids, no gold. Just mastery of ecology. Knowledge of soil, water, canopy, root. Enough to sustain tens of thousands in balance with nature. And when disease camera disease, the system collapsed. Silent. Invisible. Forgotten. Fawcett believed the city was protected. Not just by geography. By intent. He spoke of an unbroken spiritual tradition. A people untouched by the West, guarding knowledge older than history. He said he'd return with proof. He didn't. So either he died, or he was invited in, and chose to stay. And if that sounds romantic, well, maybe it is. But the jungle doesn't care about romance. It only cares about survival, and secrets, and silence. In recent years, LiDAR scanning, essentially laser imaging through canopy, has revealed grids. Actual grids. Geometric layouts of plazas, roads, and moats hidden under jungle in southern Amazonia. They match what Orellana described. They match Fawcett's notes. They suggest something the academic world denied for centuries, that the Amazon was once home to a civilization of city builders. Not in stone. In design. Ephemeral cities that grew and vanished like dreams. So maybe Z isn't gone. Maybe it's still there. Maybe we just don't know how to see it. Or maybe we're not supposed to. Because Z might not be a city at all. It might be a threshold. A gate between worlds. Between our past and something deeper. Older. Untranslatable. A whisper still echoing in the roots, in the rivers, in the veins of the trees. A name too sacred to speak. So they gave it a letter. Z. The last one. The one that waits? And what waits beyond Z? Not gold. Not glory. But preservation of memory. Of loss. Of civilizations so in tune with their world that they vanished on purpose before we could ruin them. Like the bog bodies of Europe, preserved not by time, but by intention, not buried in dirt, but in meaning. The bog bodies mysteries, Iron Age to Roman period. You don't find them. You stumble over them, face first into mud, shoulder deep in peat, and there it is, a hand, still leathery, still curled, still clutching the air like it died, gasping. And it probably did. Because bog bodies don't lie peacefully. They don't rest. They twist. They grimace. They scream. They die, with their arms broken behind their backs, their skulls split open, their throats slitted, and then they're placed. Not buried. Placed. In waterlogged graves that preserve them so perfectly, you can still see the stubble on their cheeks, the furrows in their brows, the fear in their faces. They are time travelers made of flesh and tragedy. And there are hundreds of them. Across Northern Europe, Denmark, Ireland, Germany, the Netherlands, Britain, these bodies have emerged from the bogs, like secrets rising to the surface. They are almost always naked, often mutilated, often deliberately drowned, stabbed, strangled, bludgeoned, or all of the above. Welcome to the Bronze Age's least understood funeral practice. Or was it even a funeral? Because funerals are about honor, closure. Bog bodies aren't buried with care. They're dumped. And yet, they are preserved better than any Egyptian pharaoh. Why? Why does the bog keep them so well? Why does the earth refuse to rot them? And why were they put there in the first place? Start with the most famous. Talland man. found in 1950 in Denmark. A man lying on his side, curled like he was sleeping, a noose around his neck, still wearing a pointed sheepskin cap, his eyes closed, his lips sealed, peaceful, and yet executed. His internal organs still intact, his stomach still filled with gruel, his last meal known to science. That's how preserved these bodies are. You can know what they ate before they died. Then there's Grauballi man, also Denmark, found in 1952, throat slit ear to ear, hair perfectly preserved in a coppery halo. No clothing, hands smooth, no calluses. Not a worker, not a peasant. So who was he? A priest? A king? A scapegoat? No one knows. But someone wanted him to last. And that's the horror. Because these people weren't forgotten. They were sacrificed. The level of violence says it all. Skulls crushed with clubs. Bones broken post-mortem. Heads removed. Genitals mutilated. And always dumped into the bog. Not buried in cemeteries. Not cremated. Not honored. Yet they remain. Because the bog does what history didn't. Remembers. Here's the science. Peat bogs are anaerobic oxygen-deprived environments where bacteria can't thrive. Combine that with acidic water and cold temperatures, and you've got the perfect preservation chamber. Skin stays intact. Hair remains. Organs survive. But bones dissolve. Which is why many bog bodies look deflated. Like leather suits with the soul sucked out. But don't let that fool you. They are more complete than most modern burials. They are messages. Written in wounds. So who were they? Some were clearly elites. Wearing arm rings. Bronze jewelry. Others were poor. Calloused hands. Worn teeth. Ragged bodies. Some were young. Some old. Some children? What connects them? Violence, intent, repetition, and placement. Always in transitional zones, edges of lakes, thresholds of bogs, borders between worlds. Because in ancient European cosmology, bogs weren't just wetlands. They were portals. The Celts believed bogs were sacred, liminal, neither land nor water. A place where the living could speak to the dead, where offerings crossed the veil. That's why so many bogs contain not just bodies but weapons. Swords bent out of shape, shields broken in half, jewelry shattered, sacrificed, deliberately ruined so they could be useful in the next world. And the bodies? They were the currency, gifts to the gods. But here's where the myth breaks. Because some of these people weren't enemies. They weren't strangers. They weren't criminals. They were locals. With good nutrition, no signs of disease, no defensive wounds. Some ate elaborate meals before death. This wasn't execution. It was ritual, which means they might have agreed to die, to be disfigured, to be thrown into the earth and sealed in black water forever. Imagine that, being chosen not to lead, not to fight, not to wed, but to vanish, as a sacrifice for the whole. But even that doesn't answer the real question. Why did they need to last? Why didn't they burn them? Why preserve the pain? Because it's not accidental. It's the point. These weren't just offerings. They were warnings, reminders, guardians, left in the earth as a message to those who came next. This is what we do for balance. This is what the gods require. This is how close death really is. And now, they've returned, pulled from the ground, placed in museums, lit under glass, named by people they never knew. Stripped again not of skin but of context. made into exhibits, into spectacles. But they're not silent. Their bodies still speak. With every sinew, every wound, every perfectly preserved fingerprint, they say, "You don't understand death. You think it's an end. It's not. What if the bog wasn't just a grave? What if it was a vault? What if these people weren't left behind, but stored, preserved for a time when they'd be needed again? To speak, to teach, to haunt. And now that we've opened the vaults, what exactly have we unleashed? Maybe the bog didn't preserve them out of mercy. Maybe it did so out of obligation. Because history wanted to forget. And nature said, number. And maybe, just maybe, the bog was not the final destination. Maybe it was a step, a passage, to somewhere deeper. Not in time, not in spirit, but in space? Somewhere liquid, somewhere lush, somewhere alive with mystery and river-fed rhythm, somewhere that used to be a lake, until it disappeared, and took its secrets and its floating gardens with it. Xochimilco, the disappearing lake of Xochimilco, Aztec period. It floats, but it does not drift. It moves, but it never leaves. It grows without soil and breathes without roots. It is alive, but not in the way you think. This is Xochimilco, or what's left of it. Today, it's a tourist trap, gondola rides, mariachi bands, plastic cups of warm tequila drifting past dying lilies. But once, it was a miracle, a masterpiece of ecological engineering, a floating city, a city of water, light, and shadow. And then, the water began to vanish. Not all at once, not in a flood, in reverse, like the lake itself had changed its mind. And what remains today is not a ruin, not a river, not a wetland, but a question. Start at the center. The Chinampas. Floating gardens built by the Mexicaci Aztecs long before skyscrapers shadowed Tenochtitlan or conquistadors rolled in with cannon and smallpox. They weren't actually floating. They were rooted in the lake bed, constructed from layers of mud, sediment, reeds, and dead vegetation. But to anyone arriving from dry land, they seemed to hover, like earth had grown wings. Imagine rows upon rows of crop scorn, squash, chilies, beans growing not in fields, but on watery rafts, held in place by trees whose roots pierced through centuries of mud. These gardens weren't primitive. They were hyper-efficient, self-irrigating, self-fertilizing. They produced up to 7 harvests a year. 7. In an age when drought could mean death, Xochimilco was a machine of abundance. It fed millions. And it didn't just grow food. It grew power. Xochimilco was part of Lake Texcoco, once the centerpiece of the Valley of Mexico. 5 interconnected lakes surrounded by volcanoes, guarded by floating cities and causeways so straight they made the Roman roads look like doodles. Tenochtitlan itself, the Aztec capital, was built in the center of the lake. An island city with canals instead of streets, bridges that could be raised, aqueducts that piped in fresh water. A city that floated. Like Venice. Only larger. More complex. More terrifyingly advanced. And yet, it's gone. Drained. Gutted. Turned into concrete, subway lines, sewage canals. Only Xochimilco remains. A memory. And even that is dying. So what happened? The Spanish happened. That's the easy answer. When Hernán Cortés arrived in 1519, he marveled at the Aztec Empire's control of water. He also hated it. You can't conquer a city on a lake unless you drain the lake. And that's exactly what they did. Over centuries they built dikes, drains, and tunnelsome ingenious Others, catastrophic to empty the basin, to dry the lungs of an ecosystem that had existed for thousands of years. It worked. Too well. Now Mexico City sinks. Literally. Built on former lake bed, the city drops by inches every year as the aquifers beneath collapse from overuse and dehydration. Meanwhile, Xochimilco wheezes. The canals clog. The chinampas dry out. And the lake, once the pulse of a civilization, becomes a puddle. But here's the thing. The lake didn't just disappear. It withdrew, retreated into itself. And some believe that wasn't just ecology. It was design. Because buried deep in the stories of the Nahua people, the descendants of the Mexicar, whispers that Xochimilco was never meant to be permanent. That it was a gift, a dream made solid, a glimpse into a world we weren't meant to keep. And when the dream was violated by conquest, by concrete, by greed, it woke up and left. There are stories. Fishermen who've seen islands drift at night, then vanish. Gardens that seem to move on their own. Plants that bloom in dry season. And canals that echo with drums, Aztec drums, long after the last oar has stopped. Science calls it folklore. Locals call it truth. Because Xochimilco isn't dead. It's hiding. The chinampas still grow food. Farmers still tend them by hand. And sometimes on the right night, under the right moon, the mist rises and the old paths reappear. Not just canals. Not just gardens. Whole avenues. Bridges. Stone markers that shouldn't be there. Like the city beneath has remembered itself. For a moment. Before the lake breathes again and swallows the memory. But what if that memory is active? What if Xochimilco was built not just for food but for resonance? The canals aligned. The gardens arranged in patterns. The whole lake bed a circuit. Designed to interface not with the earth but with the sky. Think about it. Aztec cosmology was obsessed with cycles. With the sun, the stars, the breath of time. They mapped Venus down to the minute. They knew when the eclipses came, and how long they would last. They built pyramids to respond to the heavens. So why not the lake? Why not water as antenna? Chinampas as nodes? A whole floating matrix designed not just to feed the people, but to connect them to something beyond. And when the Spanish came, it broke the signal. The drainage wasn't just an environmental disaster. It was a severing. A cutting of cords. A short circuit that sent the old knowledge spiraling into silence. But some still feel it. They call it la vibration. A hum beneath the water. A rhythm in the reeds. Not sound, not movement, just presence. Like the lake remembers being alive. And is waiting for someone to ask the right question. It's not gone. It's submerged. Beneath silt, trash, invasive species, and forgotten language. It dreams. And in that dream are the coordinates to a time when cities grew from lakes. When the dead lived in floating gardens. And when the world was a little softer. A little wetter. A little wiser. We think the future is up. But maybe it's under... Maybe Xochimilco is a seed. Waiting for the rain, for the signal, for the day we remember how to live with water, not against it. Until then, it rests, just beyond the city, a puddle full of ghosts, and ghosts leave traces, sometimes in bronze, sometimes in steel, sometimes in swords, blades so advanced they shouldn't exist, inscribed with a name we still can't explain. Plus Ulfberht plus. The Ulfberht Swords, 9th-11th century CE. There are weapons, then there are relics, and then there are anomalous objects that simply should not exist, not in the time they were found, not in the places they were used, and certainly not with the level of technology required to make them. Among the most haunting examples of this phenomenon is the Ulfberht sword. Sleek, balanced, deadly, and impossibly advanced for its era, the Ulfberht is not just a piece of iron, it's a contradiction forged in fire. Between the 9th and 11th centuries, nearly 170 swords have been unearthed across Europe, bearing the mysterious inscription plus Ulfberht plus, an engraving so precise, so uniform, and so eerily modern that some scholars once doubted their authenticity entirely. At first glance, these swords resemble the typical arming swords of the Viking Age. Long, straight blades with double edges, designed for slashing and thrusting with equal ferocity. But appearances are deceptive. What makes the Ulfberht extraordinary is not its shape or even its craftsmanship, but its composition. Unlike nearly every other sword from its time, the Ulfberht was forged using steel with a carbon content of about 1.0%, an extraordinarily high percentage that pushes it into the realm of crucible steel, which wouldn't be properly produced in Europe until centuries later. Crucible steel requires sustained, precise heat over 1,500 degrees Celsius temperatures that the rudimentary bloomeries of early medieval Europe should not have been able to achieve. And yet, here they are, pristine blades that rival even modern metallurgical standards. To understand the true magnitude of the Ulfberht mystery, you have to grasp just how primitive steel production was in early medieval Europe. Most swords of the era were made using the bloomery method, a labor-intensive process that resulted in iron full of slag and impurities. These swords were relatively soft, required frequent maintenance, and often snapped or bent under stress. In contrast, an Ulfberht sword, once sharpened, could cut through bone, armor, and lesser swords without losing its edge. It was not just a tool of war, it was a technological leap forward, a quantum jump from the Iron Age into the cusp of the modern world. What's even stranger is the consistency of these blades. Dozens of Ulfberht swords, discovered in widely scattered locations from Viking ship burials in Scandinavia to riverbeds in Germany and graves in France, bear the same precise branding. The plus ULFBRHT plus name is always etched in Latin script, sometimes with cross-like symbols at the beginning and end, and often accompanied by other markings that remain undeciphered. The regularity of the branding suggests a kind of proto-industrial workshop, a centralized production system, centuries ahead of its time, and yet no records of such a forge exist, no blueprints, no documented metallurgical process, only the swords. Now, the name itself, Ulfberht, offers a tantalizing clue, though it raises more questions than it answers. Scholars have speculated that Ulfberht was either a swordsmith of legendary skill or a brand name used by a lineage of sword makers, perhaps even a monastic order. Some theories trace the name to a Frankish monastery, arguing that the Christian cross symbols and Latin script point toward ecclesiastical origins. Others reject that entirely, citing the violent, pagan symbolism on some of the sword hilts and the fact that many were found in the hands of Viking raiders who were anything but Christian. Regardless of origin, the brand name was powerful enough to inspire knockoffs. Numerous blades have been found with variations of the Ulfberht inscription, clearly counterfeits, some misspelled, others crudely forged from inferior metal. It's the medieval equivalent of Rolex versus Folex, and it indicates that Ulfberht was not just a weapon, it was a status symbol, a mark of elite craftsmanship, possibly even a symbol of divine or supernatural authority. To carry an authentic Ulfberht was to wield not just superior steel, but a psychological edge. It meant your sword was smarter, faster, deadlier. It meant you were part of something greater. And that might be the most unsettling part of all. Because if these swords were being forged in a society that otherwise lacked the technology to produce them, if they were, as they appear, isolated examples of technological superiority far ahead of their time, then we have to ask, where did the knowledge come from? Was it a forgotten forge? A single genius smith whose secrets died with him? Was it Eastern important idea smuggled in from Persia, India, or the far reaches of Central Asia, where crucible steel was already being produced? Or was it something even stranger, lost knowledge from a civilization we haven't fully discovered? Or possibly a cross-cultural transmission that defies everything we thought we knew about medieval Europe's technological limitations? In India, the technology for crucible steel, what's known as wootz steel, existed as early as the 3rd century BCE. It was famed for its sharpness, its flexibility, its beautiful banding. Damascus steel, which mesmerized crusaders centuries later, came from a similar lineage. Some have speculated that traders brought small quantities of this steel westward, and that Ulfberht was one of the few European smiths who understood its properties. But here's the catch. Crucible steel wasn't just rare. It was nearly impossible to reverse engineer without exacting conditions. You couldn't just melt it and pour it into a mold. You had to grow it, coax it, temper it in an environment with incredibly specific temperatures and oxygen levels. So how did they do it? How did one sword, then 10, then 100 emerge from a medieval dark age as if plucked from the future? And why do we find them in places they shouldn't be? Take the rivers. Many Ulfberht swords have been found at the bottom of rivers, not on battlefields, not in graves, but in the water, deliberately placed, possibly as offerings. To whom? To what? These weren't just weapons. They were keys to something sacred. Or something secret. Now picture this. A warlord stands at the edge of a darkened forest, holding an Ulfberht sword. It gleams not, rusted, not dented, balanced to the touch, lethal in the air. He knows this blade is not like the others. It speaks in heat, in weight, in bite. He does not know how it was made. He does not need to. All he knows is that it never breaks, and that when it cuts, it does so clean. It's not just a sword. It's a promise that you will survive what others cannot, that you are protected by knowledge your enemies will never understand, that the steel in your hand was not meant for mortals. And when that sword is finally laid down, after a lifetime of blood, it is not buried, it is returned, to water, to silence, to the current, and the river keeps its secrets. But centuries later, when divers pull the blade from the mud, its name remains, etched in perfect clarity, plus Ulfberht plus. A signature that should not exist. A name carved not in runes, but in precision. A message not to the dead, but to the future. A whisper that says, we knew something, once. And the moment you read it, you understand that knowledge was never truly lost, only hidden. And where knowledge hides, it sometimes reemerges in places unexpected. In the dust of the Andes, in a mummy's woven tunic, in a burial not just of humans but of pets, mummified, side by side, not as beasts of burden, but as companions, as family, as equals. Chiribaya. The Chiribaya Mummies, circa 1300 CE. In the blistering silence of Peru's southern coast, where the Atacama Desert crushes rainfall into myth and the sun burns the soil into cracked mosaics, a civilization once flourished in defiance of death itself. The Chiribaya people, tucked into the lower valleys and coastal plains of what is now southern Peru and northern Chile, lived in a world of sand and salt, where water had to be coaxed from the mountains and survival was an act of architectural willpower. They left no grand pyramids, no sprawling empires, no megaliths to defy gravity. And yet, what they did leave behind may be more intimate and infinitely more unsettling. Because the Chiribaya did not just bury their dead, they curated them. And among their graves, they left companions, silent, watchful, curled beside the corpses with eerie symmetry. Dogs, not scavengers, not tools, not symbols, pets. And not just buried but mummified. Preserved with the same care, the same precision, the same spiritual deference as the humans themselves. Wrapped, positioned, honored. These were not tokens. These were relationships. And what they reveal about the Chiribaya is not just an ancient affection for animals, but a completely different understanding of life, death, and the blurry membrane in between. To understand how strange this is, you have to understand what mummification means not just as a technical process, but as a philosophical one. Mummification isn't about preserving the body, it's about preserving the presence. It's the insistence that the individual, though no longer breathing, should remain intact, visible, recognizable, participant in the community of the living, if only through memory and form. Cultures that mummify do so out of a belief that death is porous, that the boundaries of self do not end at the grave. So when a society begins to mummify animals not for food, not for sacrifice, not as hieroglyphic shorthand, but with tenderness, it tells you something fundamental about how they perceived those creatures. It tells you they saw them as people. The Chiribaya mummies were first discovered in the early 2000s in a burial context at the Ilo coast of southern Peru. What archaeologists found there was more than just well-preserved human remains. They found entire family units, interred with artifacts, tools, textiles, and dogs, mummified in fetal positions, sometimes wearing collars, sometimes placed at the feet or side of their human counterparts. These were not afterthoughts. They were integrated into the burial ritual, wrapped in hand-woven cloth, their bodies curled with care, as if posed to sleep forever beside their masters. Some were buried in their own chambers. Others were found alongside children's remains, possibly as guardians, possibly as playmates, or perhaps something even more hauntingly intimate, witnesses to a life ended too soon. The preservation was so meticulous that the dog's fur remained intact. In some cases, whiskers still curled on their muzzles, and the patterns of their coats could be seen: white, tan, dark patches across their flanks. Pathological analysis showed signs of arthritis, dental wear, and healed injuries, evidence of animals that lived long, active lives under human care. In short, pets that aged with their humans. They were not raised for work. They were not slaughtered for ceremony. They were mourned. The Chiribaya were agriculturalists, irrigating desert land with carefully engineered canals and terraces, surviving in a zone that by all rights should have killed them. Their settlements dotted the dry valleys and hugged the river mouths where fresh water could be stolen from the Andes. Their society was small compared to the Inca, decentralized, more village than empire, but they were craftsmen, builders, and deeply spiritual. Their burial customs reflect a people who viewed the afterlife not as a destination, but a continuation. And that continuation included their dogs. Which invites the question, what was the role of the dog in Chiribaya life? Most cultures that coexisted with canines, whether in the Near East, Europe, or Mesoamerica, saw them through dual lenses, utilitarian and supernatural. Dogs were hunters, guards, herders, but they were also liminal figures, guides to the underworld, guardians of thresholds, sacred to gods and spirits. In the Chiribaya case, we don't see dogs pulling loads or assisting with livestock. We see small, short-haired, domesticated dogs of a breed, now extinct, genetically distinct from European imports, possibly related to other pre-Columbian varieties. These were house dogs, hearth dogs, family dogs. Their purpose seems emotional, relational, symbolic of presence. And in being interred with their humans, they echo something profound in early recognition that grief is not species-specific. There is a phrase anthropologists use when describing ancient burial customs: reflexive mortuary practice. It means a society is aware that how it buries its dead says something about how it lives. In that sense, the Chiribaya were not just saying goodbye to their loved ones, they were declaring something about continuity, about community, about identity. And that declaration included animals. This blurs lines we often draw sharply in modern thought, between human and non-human, between ritual and affection, between the sacred and the sentimental. To the Chiribaya, perhaps there was no such divide. Perhaps to them, the soul was not a privilege, but a property of all things capable of loyalty, of companionship, of being missed. And yet, for all the empathy the Chiribaya seem to have held toward their dogs, the question remains, why mummify? In a desert climate, mummification can be incidental. Bodies dry out naturally. But the Chiribaya mummies show deliberate preparation wrapping, placement, adornment. This is not passive preservation. It's curated eternity. And in that act, we find a philosophy. That preservation is a form of care that outlasts time. That memory deserves a body. That love, perhaps, deserves to be wrapped in cloth and protected by sand and placed beside the dead like an eternal echo. Of course, we can't ask the Chiribaya why they did what they did. They left no written language, no monuments, no chronicles. Only the bodies, the bones, the quiet postures of things that once breathed. And those are often more honest than words. Because a culture that takes time to mummify its dogs is telling you something unspoken. That affection is sacred. That grief is structured. That the bond between person and pet is as worthy of ritual as the bond between parent and child, or lover and beloved. And perhaps, in their dry, sand-drenched world, where the sun stripped everything bare, they understood something we've forgotten. That life is not measured by power or size or conquest, but by attachment. And that when we bury our dead, we bury not just bodies, but the invisible threads that tied them to others. Today, the Chiribaya Dogon's a breed, now extinct, is known only through these remains. We have no living specimens. Only fur. Only bones. Only memory. But in that memory is a challenge. To consider whether our ancestors were as primitive as we pretend, or whether they were in some ways more human than we are now. Not because they built cities, not because they charted stars, but because they mummified their dogs, and in doing so, mummified a part of themselves. And what they left behind was not a culture of dominance or conquest or even survival, but a culture of companionship, the kind that leaves two bodies, curled in mirror shapes, sleeping beneath the sand, waiting for the desert to speak, or for someone to listen. And the next voice we hear? It comes not from the ground, but from the horizon, where 13 towers rise from a ridge in Peru's coastal desert, aligned to the solstices, built to watch the sky. Chankillo, the star-gazing towers of Chankillo, circa 4th century BCE, in a sun-blasted stretch of the Peruvian desert, where the sand burns white and the air is so dry it whispers like static across stone, there stands a ridge crowned with 13 towers. They are not symmetrical. They are not labeled. They do not carry inscriptions or messages or gods. They simply rise, jagged and silent, as if someone once tried to stitch the sky to the earth and left the thread behind. This is Chankillo Solar Observatory, older than the Roman Empire, older than the rise of the Maya, older than nearly every surviving structure in the Americas. A monument not to war or kings or empire, but to light, to time, to the rhythm of the sun. Discovered in the late 19th century, but only recognized for what it was in the early 2000s, Chankillo's 13 towers stretch like vertebrae along a narrow hilltop. To the untrained eye, they appear accidental, just another broken ruin in a landscape full of them. But step back, look again. stand at either of the two precisely positioned observation points, flanking the ridgeone to the west, one to the east, and the purpose becomes clear. The towers are not ruins. They are a calendar. A machine of stone that tracks the solar year with a precision so exact, so elegant, it shames the clunky armillary spheres and bronze astrolabes of later civilizations. When viewed from the western observation point, the sun rises over a different tower depending on the time of year, northmost at the June solstice, southmost at the December solstice, and perfectly centered during the equinoxes. It is, essentially, a solar bar graph carved into the bones of the earth. But this is not just astronomy. This is architecture as ritual. This is the earth being used as a lens to understand the heavens, not with numbers, not with telescopes, but with position and patience. To appreciate the significance of Chankillo, we need to unlearn the idea that ancient peoples were somehow less intelligent because they lacked machines. Because what Chankillo shows is not ignorance, but intimacy. A level of attention to the solar cycle so deep, so obsessive, that they not only noticed the sun's shifting arc across the horizon, they built a permanent record of it. And they did it without metal tools. Without cranes, without even the written word. Whoever built Chankillo was watching the sky every day. For years. Decades. Maybe even generations. Charting its movements. Measuring angles. Memorizing patterns. And then, when the model was complete, they built 13 towers, not 10, not 12, not 14, but exactly 13, spaced irregularly to match the solar declination across the year. That's not guesswork. That's astronomical engineering. In stone. And yet, almost nothing is known about the people who built it. They left no name, no mythology, no monumental propaganda. No sprawling empire to immortalize themselves. Just a few defensive walls, some crumbled structures, and these towers soon adorned, unassuming, carved from the same stone as the hill they stand on. The site has been dated to around 400 BCE, during a time when the region was home to early Andean cultures whose influence would eventually feed into the Nazca, the Moche, and later the Inca. But Chankillo doesn't quite fit with any of those. It stands apart, self-contained, almost outside time, as if it had one purpose, and when that purpose was fulfilled, it was left to dissolve into sand and silence. And that raises a deeper question: why build a solar observatory at all? Why spend years tracking the sun, building a stone calendar that could predict the solstices and equinoxes? To us, such knowledge seems academic, useful for agriculture maybe, or navigation. But in the ancient world, the movement of the sun wasn't just a scientific curiosity. It was reality itself. The solar year was the structure of time, the pulse of the gods, the breath of the world. Knowing when the sun would shift wasn't about knowledge. It was about power. The power to predict, to prepare, to ritualize. If you could say, the sun will rise over the 5th tower tomorrow, and it did, you weren't just a priest. You were a prophet. Maybe even a god. But Chankillo is more than just a solar observatory. It's also a fortress. Surrounding the towers is a massive walled complex, with zigzagging barriers, restricted entrances, and watchpoints, suggesting this was not just a place of science, but of control. Not everyone got to read the sun. Not everyone was allowed to see. This was a sacred space, a solar temple, and possibly a kind of theater where rituals were timed to celestial events, where the rising sun was not just a natural occurrence, but a performance, a sacred reenactment watched by crowds who didn't know the backstage mechanics. The priests did. The astronomers did. The rest watched the sky open like a curtain. And that's the chilling part. Because it means Chankillo might have been used to manufacture certainty. To make the unpredictable, predictable. to give structure to chaos. In a world where the sun could scorch your crops or refuse to rise, a calendar wasn't just useful, it was existential. And those who held that knowledge held the keys to stability. And if they abused it? If they used it to manipulate? To control fear? To predict drought, or eclipse, or rebirth? Then they didn't just rule by the sword. They ruled by sunlight. And yet, they're gone. The people who built Chankillo vanished long before the Spanish came, long before the Inca rose, long before we had telescopes or time zones. What remains is the stone. 13 towers, still standing, still aligned, still accurate, more accurate, in fact, than many modern solar calendars. And still functioning. If you go there today and stand at the western observation point, the sun will still rise over the correct tower, as if the site remembers, as if the stones still keep time, even if no one is watching. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Chankillo was never about controlling the sun. Maybe it was about listening to it. Maybe the towers were ears, not fingers. Not grasping, but receiving. Not dictating, but understanding. A conversation between rock and star, held in silence across centuries. So what does it mean that we forgot this place? That it took modern archaeologists until the 21st century to confirm what it was? That for centuries it sat in the desert, dismissed as ruins? It means we're not the future. We're the intermission. The pause between one chapter of skywatching and the next. And Chankillo? It's still waiting for the rest of the story. And if we listen closely enough beyond the hum of our machines, beyond the fog of our light sway, might just hear what the sun was trying to say. And when we do, we might be ready for the next signal. From a culture that vanished, not in failure, but in rhythm, like a beat paused mid-drum, a note held across centuries, a signal that may have echoed farther north, across forests, across rivers, into the valleys of the Mississippi, where another culture built their own earthworks, a culture that vanished, suddenly, without a sound. Spoon River. The Spoon River culture disappearance, circa 1400 CE. In the American Midwest, where the Illinois River snakes its slow, muddy way through farmland and forest, there is a quiet valley once alive, with an intensity that seems almost impossible now. This was the homeland of a people we call the Spoon River Culturia, labeled as arbitrary and sanitized as the silence they left behind. Between 900 and 1400 CE, these people lived, farmed, built, and buried their dead across this stretch of what is now Illinois, crafting a regional identity out of earth, wood, and fire. Then, suddenly, they disappeared. No final war, no epic drought, no volcanic winter, no plague pit, no colonial massacre, just the residue of lives charred wood, broken pots, carved bones abandoned as if someone called out across the valley and everyone simply left. And no one knows why. This is the story of a civilization that did not fall, it evaporated. Like breath on a cold morning, still visible, then gone. To understand what makes the Spoon River culture so disturbing in its absence, you have to consider how rich their world was. Their territory sat at the edge of two major river systems, an ecological gold mine: deer, turkey, fish, wild grain, rich soils for maize and squash, rivers for trade, forests for fuel. Everything a thriving settlement would need to not just survive, but expand. And they did expand. Mound sites throughout the region, such as Dixon Mounds and Anderson Mound, show a progression from small familial plots to larger, more organized villages, complete with ceremonial structures, plazas, and burial sites. This wasn't chaos. This was planned society. They lived in rectangular lodges with wooden frames and clay floors. They grew crops, stored food, wove baskets, crafted tools, conducted trade. Excavations at Spoon River sites have unearthed materials that traveled from hundreds of miles away, from Missouri, marine shell from the Gulf Coast, even copper from the Great Lakes. The people here weren't isolated. They were part of a sprawling prehistoric trade network that tied together dozens of cultures across the eastern half of North America. Yet, despite these complexities, despite centuries of stability, the Spoon River culture comes to an abrupt end around 1400 CE. Not a slow decline, a cliff. And for archaeologists, that cliff is the most terrifying part. Because nothing happened. Or rather, nothing that we can see. This disappearance is not like the Maya collapse, where we can point to environmental stress, warfare, and political upheaval. It's not like the ancestral Puebloans who likely migrated due to climate change and resource pressure. The Spoon River people left no massacre sites, no signs of famine, no systematic destruction. Their homes were simply abandoned. Their mounds left unvisited. Their fields went fallow. In some cases, personal item stools, beads, ceremonial objects were left exactly where they had been used, as if the people meant to return, as if they were interrupted, as if they had been summoned elsewhere. That's the haunting part. There's no closure, just stillness. And absence? One of the most striking features of the Spoon River culture is how closely it was tied to the practice of mound building. The mounds were not random piles of earth. They were deliberate, layered constructions, sometimes for burials, sometimes for ritual use, sometimes as platforms for structures. They echo the broader Mississippian tradition of mound-building cultures, centered around major sites like Cahokia, just a few days' journey to the south. And yet, despite these shared traits, Spoon River sites never quite reached the scale or urbanization of Cahokia. It's as if they chose not to follow that trajectory. As if they saw what was happening in the larger Mississippian world and decided to stay smaller, more decentralized. Or maybe they were always peripheral connected to the core, but culturally distinct. What's important is that their mounds stopped being built around the same time they vanished. That tradition, so deeply embedded in their worldview, just ceased. One generation built the mounds. The next walked away from them, and no one knows what replaced them. Some scholars have speculated that the Spoon River culture did not so much vanish as migrate. That they were absorbed into neighboring groups like the emerging Algonquian-speaking peoples through processes of intermarriage, alliance, or even voluntary assimilation. But this theory, while plausible, does not explain the suddenness of their material culture's disappearance. It does not explain why settlements were vacated without signs of conflict or transformation. It does not explain why burial practices ended so abruptly. You don't stop building mounds without reason. You don't abandon your dead without a shift in everything. Something changed, and that change remains invisible. Other theories veer into environmental explanations. Could there have been a shift in climate, a series of harsh winters, or failed crops that made the valley untenable? The problem is, paleoclimatic data from the region during the 14th century doesn't indicate a major upheaval, at least not one large enough to force widespread abandonment. The Little Ice Age was just beginning, but its effects were not yet severe. So, if it wasn't war, wasn't famine, wasn't disease or disaster, what was it? A social collapse? A spiritual event? Something unrecorded by archaeology but deeply felt by the people who lived there? When all else fails, we are left with the possibility that the Spoon River culture vanished due to something internal, a cultural shift, a loss of faith in the old ways, or a visionary rupture that sent the people down a new path we can't see. Maybe they simply let go, not of life, but of permanence. The cemeteries of the Spoon River people offer another disturbing detail. At Dixon Mounds, one of the most thoroughly excavated sites, Early burials are elaborate, carefully positioned bodies, grave goods, ornamental tools, symbolic arrangements. But as you move forward in time, the burials become more haphazard, less ornate, less symbolic. There are signs of stress bone lesions from malnutrition, trauma from interpersonal violence, indicators of rising mortality. And then the burials stop. Not because people stopped dying, but because they stopped being buried in the same way. Or perhaps not buried at all. Cremated? Hidden? Carried? We don't know. But when a people stops honoring the dead, something has ruptured at the core of their world. Today, the land once inhabited by the Spoon River culture is farmland. Paved roads, culverts, grain silos and gas stations and county roads that curve for no one. The mounds, if they survive at all, are small humps at the edges of cornfields, often unmarked, often mistaken for natural rises. The silence has settled deep, and yet the memory lingers. Not in books, not in texts, but in fragments. Stone tools that surface after a rain, shards of pottery in the till, children's bones dug up by accident, and, every so often, an artifact that seems too deliberate to be lost. A figurine, a carved pipe, a ceremonial blade. Things made to be held, then left behind. And maybe that's the message. That the Spoon River culture didn't disappear in weakness, but in intention. That they chose to step sideways out of history, to stop participating in a system that no longer served them. Maybe they saw something coming. Or maybe they saw something we didn't, and still don't. But what if that silence wasn't death? What if it was redefinition? What if the culture we think vanished simply changed masks? What if it became something we already know, under another name? Something that leaves no buildings, only patterns, only symbols, only circles in the sand, surrounded by grass, in a place far away. On the other side of an ocean, Namibia, the fairy circles of Namibia, ancient, unknown. In the sun-scorched desert of Namibia, where the sky presses down like a heated anvil and the earth bleeds red under the weight of centuries, there are scars perfect, circular scars that stretch across the land in haunting patterns, repeating endlessly across the sandy plains like a language the desert is still trying to speak. They are called fairy circles, but they have nothing to do with fairies, nothing to do with folklore, at least not at first. They are not drawn, they are not planted, they are not man-made, and yet they appear with a precision and regularity that feels anything but natural. A fairy circle is a bare patch of earth, almost always a perfect or near-perfect circle, ranging from 2 meters to over 15 in diameter, with a low ring of grass or vegetation around its perimeter. These circles are not rare. They stretch for miles, hundreds of thousands of them spanning the grasslands of the Namib Desert like pockmarks on the face of a sleeping god. Each one isolated, but somehow part of a larger web. They appear, they persist, then they vanish. And no one, not scientists, not local tribes, not modern engineers can say with certainty why they exist or what makes them return. Theories bloom and die, like the grass around the circles. Some say termites, others say gas seeps, radiation, soil toxicity. Some claim it's water competition, a naturally occurring result of root systems battling beneath the surface, forming radial patterns that suppress vegetation at the core. These explanations all sound plausible. They all tick the boxes of science, testable, repeatable, neat, but none explain the consistency, none explain the spacing. None explain why they appear in some regions and not others, under identical environmental conditions. And none explain the timing. Because fairy circles do not appear randomly. They follow rhythms. They follow seasons. They echo lunar cycles and drought periods and sometimes Inexplicably, a line with ancient tribal paths routes long since abandoned, erased from maps but still somehow present beneath the dust. That's the first unsettling part. They seem to know where to go. To the Himba people, who have lived in the region for countless generations, the circles are sacred. They are not diseases, they are not errors, they are footprints of the gods, places where spirits walk. The Himba call them the footprints of the ancestors, or the places where the earth breathes. They do not touch them, they do not farm them, they do not build near them, because to do so would be to interrupt something, to interfere with a conversation the earth is having with itself. And the Himba are not the only ones. Across multiple tribes and regions, oral histories describe the circles not as anomalies, but as invitation spaces reserved for things that do not speak in words, beings that pass silently across the desert, ancient and elemental, who leave these marks behind as signs of passage, of presence. The fairy circles are not places to explain. They are places to respect. So what happens when we don't? When we study them with satellites and dig into them with shovels? We find almost nothing. No unusual soil composition. No permanent termite colonies. No evidence of human activity. Only the same reddish sand, the same faint moisture patterns, the same stubborn refusal to be solved. And this brings us to the second unsettling part. These circles have lifespans. They appear in adolescence, expand over decades, then fade and disappear, replaced by new circles elsewhere. It's as if they are alive, not biologically, but temporally. As if they exist in time as much as space, emerging, maturing, and dying, like organisms we do not yet have a name for. Some researchers have likened them to skin cells, others to chemical reactions, but neither metaphor captures the intentionality that locals feel in their presence. Because even if the circles are natural, they are still patterned. They still follow rules. Rules we can't see. Imagine standing on a high ridge at sunset, watching the land turn gold, and seeing hundreds of these circles shimmer across the landscape like eyes, not glowing, just present, open, waiting. And knowing that no animal made them, no storm, no flood, they were not placed, they became. That's the third unsettling part. They do not begin. They emerge. But what if the circles aren't the anomaly? What if we are? What if these formations are not signs of disruption, but of equilibrium? What if the land is correcting itself? In a world where grasses compete, where water is scarce, where roots twist and pull against one another, the circles may be a way for the environment to say, here, no further. A negotiated truce in a biological war, the geometry of peace. It's a poetic thought, but it doesn't answer the deeper mystery. Because these circles don't just regulate life, they evoke memory. Some researchers have mapped their patterns and found that over centuries, the locations shift slightly, not randomly, just enough to suggest a returning. Like a thought you've had before, circling back in a new form, a déjà vu of soil. The circles do not wander. They orbit. And here we find the fourth unsettling part. The fairy circles have cousins. In Australia, similar formations appear in desert grasslands. They are not identical, but they echo the same structure-bare centers, vegetative rings, deliberate spacing. And they appear among indigenous paths, sacred spaces, tribal territories. No shared history, no cross-continental communication, but the same shape, the same silence. This is the part where science gets nervous. Because if two continents, thousands of miles apart, share the same mystery without a shared cause, we can no longer call it a fluke. It becomes a message. One that transcends culture, climate, even biology. A signature of something older. Something deeper. Not a myth. Not a spirit. but a system. And if we entertain, just for a moment, the possibility that these patterns are not accidents, we must then ask, what are they for? Are they guides? Markers? Is this a map we've forgotten how to read? A code buried in the landscape, meant to align with something not of this earth? Maybe they are not random scars, but punctuation, the commas and ellipses of a language the planet uses to speak to itself, or to us. We don't know. We can't know. Because to know, we would have to listen differently. Not with instruments, but with patience, with intuition, with reverence. And that's the fifth unsettling part. We're not ready. The fairy circles of Namibia remain unexplained. The Himba do not care. To them, explanation is not the same as understanding. They don't need to know why the circles appear. Only that they do. And that they always have. And that if we forget that if we pave them, mine them, farm them, study them into submission, we might lose more than we gain. Not just the mystery, but the message? And perhaps that message is this. Not all signs are meant to be deciphered. Some are meant to be noticed, like a stone placed on a grave, like a whisper at the edge of sleep, like a circle in the grass. And sometimes, those signs point somewhere, to a stone circle, far away, not in a desert, but on a foggy plain, where great slabs of rock were hauled from the hills and stood upright in a ring, aligned to the stars. Stonehenge. And the secret is not in the circle, but in how the stones got there. The bluestone transport for Stonehenge, circa 2500 BCE. Across the windswept chalk plains of Wiltshire, England, under skies the color of old iron, and beside sheep that no longer notice the tourists, stands one of the most iconic enigmas in human history, Stonehenge. The name itself sounds sturdy, immovable, almost self-explanatory. We know the image, the great ring of standing stones, some capped with lintels, others toppled, all casting their long shadows on the short grass as the sun rises or falls through the gaps like a dagger of fire. We know the clichés, druids, solstices, ley lines, time portals, alien landing pads. What we don't know is something much more basic. How the hell did the stones get there? Because while the enormous sarsens, the largest stones in the circle, are impressive, weighing up to 25 tons each and hauled from 20 miles away, they're not the real mystery. The real mystery is the blue stones. Smaller, yes, but only by comparison. Each weighs between 2 and 4 tons, and they did not come from the area. They were brought from a place called the Preseli Hills in Wales, over 150 miles away, through mountains, forests, rivers, and wetlands. In the Neolithic period, without wheels, without beasts of burden, without metal tools. Let that settle in your bones for a moment. Imagine it. 250 massive stones carved from a distant mountain, dragged across impossible terrain by people with only rope, wood, grit, and a level of organization we still struggle to fully comprehend. And no one can explain exactly how they did it. Because every theory, no matter how well modeled, eventually breaks under the weight of the sheer logistics. This is not just a puzzle of engineering. It's a test of belief. Do you believe that a prehistoric society without writing, without metallurgy, without domesticated horses, could have transported tons of stone across an entire island with perfect aim and spiritual intent over years, possibly decades? Because that's what the stones say. And they say it in silence. Let's take this slow. The blue stones of Stonehenge are igneous, rock stolorite, rhyolite, and other varieties distinct from the sarsen sandstone that makes up the larger uprights. Their chemical fingerprints are so unique that geologists have pinpointed their origins to very specific outcrops in the Preseli Hills, some in a location known as Carn Godog. This isn't a general region, It's a GPS coordinate, a geologic signature. The stones were not randomly chosen. They were selected. They were cut from the earth with precision, shaped, and then removed from one of the most rugged parts of Wales. From there, they traveled southeast. And how they traveled is still hotly debated. Some say they were dragged on sledges, over greased timbers, through the brute force of human chains. Others propose waterways, that the stones were floated down nearby rivers, taken out to sea, and brought up the Bristol Channel to the Salisbury Plain. This would require complex logistics timing, weather, tides, and an intimate understanding of hydrology well beyond what we typically credit to Neolithic farmers. And some say whispers now, fringe ideas that the stones were not transported by human hands at all, but carried by glaciers during the last ice age, deposited near the site long before humans found them, and repurposed them for the monument. But this theory fails to account for the specific selection, the matching of quarry sites to transported stones. It suggests chance where everything else suggests design. Because here's the thing, there are other stones. Closer, lighter, easier. If Stonehenge was only about construction, about effort, about showing off manpower, they didn't need to go to Wales. They chose to, and that choice is the heart of the mystery. So why these stones? Why that distance? Why that pain? Maybe the blue stones weren't just better. Maybe they were sacred. In some Neolithic traditions, certain stones were thought to carry spiritual power not just because of their size, but because of their origin. The Preseli Hills may have been a kind of ancient pilgrimage site, a place with geological or mythic resonance. By bringing the stones to Stonehenge, the builders were not just relocating material, they were transplanting meaning. They were dragging a mountain into a circle. They were condensing a landscape into a ritual machine. Because Stonehenge isn't just a pile of rocks. It's an instrument. Its layout aligns with the solstices. It tracks the movement of the sun, the moon, and possibly even the stars. It's been suggested that the blue stones, arranged in a now vanished inner circle, were used for healing rituals. Some of the stones ring when struck, like Belsa quality noted even in ancient accounts. Sonic stones, musical stones. Perhaps they were meant to be played. Perhaps they were meant to speak. This isn't engineering. This is intention. Now imagine the process. Not the construction, but the journey. Year after year, bands of workers, extended families, possibly entire communities set off across the land, hauling stone through bogs, across rivers, up hills, setting camp, setting logs, moving inches at a time, singing to the burden, praying to it, bleeding for it. This was not a job. It was a ritual. The act of moving the stone was part of the ceremony. The pilgrimage mattered as much as the placement, and what they were carrying was not just a boulder, it was presence. It was a fragment of the world's skin, a chunk of sacred geography. To move it was to rewrite the world, to say, this now belongs here. And when the stones finally arrived years later, they were set with precision, not randomly, not clumsily, but with astronomical logic, spiritual symmetry, and a degree of collaboration that would challenge even modern societies. This wasn't the act of a chieftain or a single vision. This was consensus. A whole culture agreeing that this was worth doing. For generations. That's more than engineering. That's faith. And then, after all that effort, Stonehenge was modified. Again and again. Over centuries, the site was reconfigured, stones moved, added, realigned. It evolved. Because the knowledge didn't stop. The dialogue between people and sky continued. But the origin? The beginning? It started with the movement of the blue stones. With a decision to take pieces of a faraway mountain and embed them into a sacred ring, To build not just a monument, but a map. Not of space, but of time. And what do we make of that? That one of humanity's oldest sacred sites began with an impossible act? That its foundation was pain? That its bones were carried across the land like holy burdens? We make of it what we will. But the blue stones remain. Stubborn, unexplained, heavy with silence. And perhaps, just perhaps, the effort to move them was not about strength, but about memory. Perhaps the people who dragged those stones were preserving something older than language, something they could not write, could not say, could only move, from one place to another. And in doing so, they hoped the stones would remember, and teach, and wait. And just maybe, in that act of impossible movement, they tapped into something even stranger. A rupture in time, a slip, a place where the future bleeds into the past, where monks walk through walls, and medieval legends speak of men who saw what hadn't happened yet. Lincoln, the medieval time-slip monks of Lincoln 12th century CE. There are places in the world where time seems thinner, where the ticking stops, or stutters, or stretches out like warm wax in a flame. Lincoln, England ancient and stoic, with its towering cathedral, crooked streets, and layers of history folded into its very stonesis, one of those places. It sits perched above the River Witham, a city that's been a Roman fortress, a Saxon stronghold, a Norman jewel. But sometime in the 12th century, something else happened here. Something that left no scars, no records in the royal rolls, no Latin parchment inscribed in careful script. What it left instead was a story, whispers, a legend, of monks who vanished and reappeared, of voices echoing from the wrong century, of footsteps falling in the wrong world. They called it a time slip. They didn't have the words for it, then no temporal anomalies, no wormholes, no fourth-dimensional glitches. Just a story passed along in quiet tones between monastic walls, then kept alive through folklore, oral tradition, and that peculiar English tendency to shrug and say, "Well, it's always been like that, hasn't it?" This is not the story of one man. It is the story of an event, or perhaps a repeat. Because what makes Lincoln so eerie isn't just that something strange happened once. It's that the same kind of strange has happened again, and again, and again. Let's begin with the earliest whispers. They come from a cluster of reports around the early 1100s during a time when Lincoln was rising to ecclesiastical prominence, its cathedral becoming one of the most important religious centers in England. Monks from across the country, and even from abroad, passed through its cloisters. Most left nothing behind but worn sandals and prayers. But, according to some accounts, a small group of monks between 2 and 6, depending on the version, entered the cathedral on a feast day. They were not locals. They wore robes that looked odd to the Lincoln brother stew, coarse, too old-fashioned. Their Latin was strange, familiar, but warped. Their gestures, the way they crossed themselves, even the hymns they hummed wrong. When questioned, they claimed to come from the abbey itself. Only they named no abbey that existed. Only one that had been. Or that would be, depending on who you ask. Some said they were pilgrims from a ruined monastery, but the ruins they described had not yet fallen. Others said they spoke of kings who had not yet ruled, of popes who had not yet died. Their knowledge was jumbled, too vague to accuse of heresy, too precise to dismiss as madness, and then they were gone. Not executed, not expelled, simply disappeared, like fog lifting off a river. The details, of course, are soft. This is not history as we're taught it. This is not evidence. It is story. But the story survives. Because something about it rings. Maybe it's the specificity of Lincoln as the setting. The city's geography makes it a natural liminal zone, perched high on a hill, wrapped in Roman walls, a collision of ancient and medieval. A place where eras stack atop one another like wet leaves, each pressing into the next, never quite drying out. Maybe it's the cathedral itself, a monument to divine time. Cathedrals are designed to outlast, to bend generations around them. In places like Lincoln, time doesn't pass, it accumulates. So if something strange were to happen, if reality were to fold slightly, this is where it would do so. And maybe, just maybe, it did. Centuries later, in the early modern period, the story returned. Not the same monks, but the same phenomenon. Visitors to Lincoln Cathedral began reporting odd sensations: déjà vu, vertigo, an overwhelming sense of displacement. A woman in the 1700s claimed to have seen men walking in the cathedral wearing robes and hood chanting in a language she couldn't place. When she described them later, scholars recognized her description as early monastic garb, no longer in use. But the woman had never studied church history. She couldn't have known. A clerk in the 1800s described turning a corner in the cloisters and hearing Gregorian chant where none should have been. He followed the sound. It stopped. No one was there. He left the cathedral and never returned. More recently, into the 20th and 21st centuries, the stories continue. Tourists report flashes, seeing a procession vanish around a corner, smelling incense where none was burning, finding that their watches stop working inside the cathedral. A maintenance worker claimed to see a boy run through the nave in a tattered tunic and bare feet. No children were visiting that day. Photographs sometimes capture smudges, glows, blurs. These are easily dismissed light tricks, camera malfunctions. But the stories persist, because they are consistent. Not in detail, but in feeling. In the way the air bends, the way the building hums, the way the past leaks like damp through ancient stone. But let's leave the anecdote for a moment. Let's talk theory. Time slips, if they exist, are not time travel in the sci-fi sense. No DeLoreans, no butterfly effect. They are moments when two times brush against one another, overlap, like sheets of wet paper. A person in one time glimpses the other, or becomes part of it briefly. And the locations where this happens are not random. They are places dense with memory, places that hold ritual, places where people have done the same thing, in the same place, in the same way for centuries. Cathedrals are perfect for this, especially Lincoln. 1,000 years of footsteps, 1,000 years of chant, 1,000 years of prayer rising from the same stone. That repetition builds a kind of echo. And sometimes, under the right conditions, temperature, emotion, attention, the echo speaks back. Or perhaps it's not a slip at all. Perhaps it's a scar, a trauma in time, a place where something happened that broke the clock slightly, a ritual gone wrong, a vision seen too clearly, a vow made too hard. Maybe one of those long ago monks wanted to stay. Maybe he stepped outside the prayer schedule, outside obedience, and was swallowed by the building. Not body, but memory. And now, sometimes, he's seen again, out of phase, still chanting, still walking, still trying to get home. It would be easy to dismiss this as folklore, easier still to call it nonsense. But the records pile up, and not just at Lincoln. Similar stories exist in other old cathedrals. Durham, York, Salisbury. But Lincoln is special, because the stories start early and never stop. What if time doesn't move forward like a river? What if it spins, slowly, like a millstone? What if certain places like Lincoln, the stones that do not turn, but grind, wearing grooves into the fabric of time? And what we call ghosts are simply those grooves being played back, over and over. Not hauntings, but reruns. Not spirits, but echoes. The disappearance of the Dorset culture, circa 1500 CE. At the top of the world, where land and sea are welded together by permafrost and wind, there lived a people who left no writing, no grand monuments, no armies, and no mythologies carved in stone. And yet, they endured longer than most civilizations. They hunted seals across frozen bays. They watched the stars flicker above the Arctic Circle. They built their homes from bones and hides, fought the dark with firelight, and vanished from history without a word. These were the Dorset. And for almost 4,000 years, they were the quiet masters of the North. Then sometime around 1500 CE they were gone. Not conquered, not absorbed, not assimilated. Gone. Like a fire that flickers one last time before extinguishing into ash. The people who replaced them, the Thule, ancestors of the modern Inuit, spoke of the Dorset in hushed tones, not as enemies, not as ancestors, but as something other, something not quite them. Not quite human, beings who were strong but slow, strange but skilled, ghost people, shadow dwellers, quiet hunters who moved without sound and built with forgotten knowledge. To the Thule, the Dorset weren't remembered. They were feared. That's the first sign. Something about this disappearance isn't just about archaeology. It's about amnesia. And what's worse, deliberate amnesia. The Dorset culture thrived across Arctic Canada and Greenland from about 500 BCE to 1500 CE, with roots stretching even further into the past through earlier Paleo-Eskimo groups. They built semi-subterranean homes, insulated with sod and stone. They carved intricate art from walrus ivory and bone tiny, haunting figures with hollowed eyes and stoic mouths. They hunted with spears, not bows. They traveled on foot or used sleds pulled by human power. They did not fish with nets, and they did not keep dogs. And they never adopted the bow and arrow, even when they had the knowledge, even when their environment changed, even when their competitors, the rising Thule, culture used it to hunt more efficiently. They chose not to change. Or perhaps they couldn't. There's a term anthropologists use for this kind of technological stasis, cultural isolation. But that word doesn't quite cover what was happening in the frozen north, because the Dorset weren't just isolated. They were surrounded. The Thule were expanding eastward, wave after wave, with tools the Dorset didn't use: dog sleds, boats, compound weapons, large communal hunts. Where the Dorset had been solitary, the Thule were networked. Where the Dorset moved with caution, the Thule moved with force. And yet, the archaeological evidence shows very little conflict between the two. No mass graves. No signs of warfare. No burnt villages. No defensive structures. Just replacement. One day, a Dorset site. A few decades later, a Thule site on top of it. As if one culture had simply melted beneath the weight of another, like snow under warm breath. But then, there's the art. Dorset ivory carvings, those tiny figures with vacant eyes, are deeply expressive. They show humans, animals, spirits, and hybrid creatures. They show scenes that are hard to interpret: men with elongated limbs, beings with hollow torsos, faces stretched like masks. These aren't simple decorations. They're myths in miniature. And they don't match the Thule style at all. Inuit art is bold, dynamic, kinetic. It shows movement, action, narrative. Dorset art is still, quiet, abstract. Some archaeologists have argued the Dorset weren't just a different culture, they had a different consciousness. A different worldview, perhaps even a different language family entirely. If so, their disappearance wasn't just cultural. It was cognitive. The loss of an entire way of perceiving reality. That's what makes the disappearance so terrifying. Because the Dorset didn't just vanish from the land. They vanished from memory. From possibility. There are no known Dorset oral traditions that survive. None. Even the Inuit, whose cultural memory is vast and precise, refer to the Dorset only in vague terms. They call them Tunit-strong but timid, giants who could lift enormous stones but fled at the sight of strangers. Builders of strange things, dwellers in shadow. It sounds like folklore. But what if it's not? What if the Tulli encountered something they couldn't understand? A culture so removed, so alien in behavior, that it couldn't be described in normal human terms? That kind of cultural encounter doesn't result in conquest. It results in erasure. Because you don't assimilate what you fear. You bury it. And then, there's the question of technology. Why didn't the Dorset innovate? Why didn't they adopt the bow? Why didn't they domesticate dogs? Why didn't they build boats? These aren't rhetorical questions. They're existential. Because innovation is supposed to be human nature. But the Dorset resisted it. Not in rebellion. In habit. In worldview. Some scholars suggest they had no need to change. Their environment was predictable. Their tools were suited to it. Change, in that world, was not progress. It was danger. But then the world changed. The climate warmed. The ice grew unstable. The seals moved. And the Tulli arrived. With dog sleds, bows, and communal systems of adaptation. The Dorset, already scattered, already sparse, found their entire system outpaced by people who had no fear of change. The result? Not war, but replacement. Yet, there are still whispers. Findings that don't quite line up. A Dorset-style carving found in a layer centuries after the supposed disappearance. Isolated artifacts in regions believed to be fully Tulli. And, most famously, a site in the Hudson Strait where evidence suggests Dorset people and Tulli may have coexisted for a moment. Not long, but enough to see each other. What did they say? Did they speak? Did they understand? We don't know. The Dorset left no writings. The Tulli left no testimony. Only the land speaks now. And it speaks in absence. But maybe, just maybe, that's the Dorset's last trick. Maybe silence is their legacy. Maybe their disappearance is not a failure, but a kind of victory. The ultimate escape. A culture so complete in itself, so resistant to change, that when faced with erasure, it didn't resist. It withdrew. Voluntarily. Back into the ice. Back into myth. Back into those hollow-eyed figurines that look less like people and more like witnesses. And that's the terror of it. Not that they vanished, but that they chose to, and left no map, no air, no echo, only a gap, in time, in memory, in what we think is possible. But the earth has a way of preserving its secrets. Not in books. In silence, in frozen soil, in dry heat, sometimes in the sides of pyramids we've misnamed, sometimes on an island in the Atlantic, where step pyramids rise like stairs to nowhere. Guimar. The Tenerife Pyramids of Guimar, unknown age, possibly 19th century, but local belief in ancient. In the heart of the Canary Islands, on the sun-battered slopes of Tenerife, where volcanic rock bleeds through the soil like the planet's own scabs, a series of stepped pyramids rise from the ground. Not the kind of pyramids where used colossal stone vaults built to house pharaohs, not limestone dreams of afterlife carved with hieroglyphs and gold. No, these are rough, angular, modest. built of volcanic stone with precise tiers, like staircases going nowhere. There are 6 of them. They sit just outside the town of Guimar, boxed in now by roads and neighborhoods, cordoned off and sanitized by tourism infrastructure. But their origin? Still a matter of open war. Because depending on who you ask, these pyramids are either 150 years old or 1,500. They are either the product of simple 19th century agricultural practices or the sacred remains of an ancient seafaring civilization that charted the stars long before Europe found its compass. There's no middle ground, no consensus, just competing truths locked in a volcanic stalemate. One side says, these are trash heaps, agricultural terraces built by 19th century farmers to clear rocky land for planting. Functional, ugly, accidental. The other side says, these are messages, monuments, purpose, built structures aligned to the solstices, testaments to a culture that knew more about the cosmos than we do today. And somewhere, buried in the stone, is the answer. But the stones don't talk. So we talk for them. Let's begin with the official story. Local historians and archaeologists long held that the pyramids of Guimar were nothing more than piedras amontonadas, piled stones. Farmers in the 1800s clearing their fields of lava rock, stacking it neatly to the side in the most space-efficient way possible. Over time, these stacks took on terraced forms. And because the Canary Islands were colonized by Europeans centuries before that, the logic followed. There was no indigenous culture left with the resources or motivation to build monumental architecture. In this view, the pyramids are accidental, artifacts of convenience, no more meaningful than a pile of firewood. But there's a problem. Farmers don't usually build 6 nearly identical terrace structures, each with symmetrical stairways and precise angles. They don't align their stone piles to solar events. They don't use techniques that mimic Mesoamerican or Mediterranean methods of pyramid construction, cutting steps, facing sides, and constructing corners with startling precision. And they don't do it in a line, in one spot, all grouped together like a ritual complex. They don't, but someone did. Enter the other theory. The one that tourists love. The one that archaeologists scorn. It begins with a Norwegian adventurer, of course Thor Heyerdahl, the man who sailed a balsa wood raft across the Pacific in 1947 to prove that ancient peoples could have made transoceanic contact long before Columbus. Heyerdahl visited Guimar in the 1990s and immediately declared the site suspicious. These weren't just random piles, these were pyramids. And they bore a suspicious resemblance to similar structures he had seen in Peru and Mexico. To Heyerdahl, the pyramids were part of a global seafaring tradition, evidence of ancient transatlantic contact between the old world and the new, a lost civilization that crossed oceans and built monuments to track the heavens. His foundation helped preserve the site, which now includes a museum, park, and educational exhibits. And thus, the Guimar Pyramids were baptized in the Church of Ancient Mysteries, enshrined in documentaries, conspiracy forums, and coffee table books as one of the world's great what-ifs. The mainstream response? Eyebrow raise, deep sigh, dismissive snort. And to be fair, Heyerdahl had a tendency to see patterns where others saw coincidence. But sometimes, the thing you're told to ignore is the thing worth watching. Let's return to the stones. Each pyramid is stepped. Each one faces the same direction, and at least 2 of them are aligned with solstitial events and the summer solstice. The sun sets in perfect alignment with one of the pyramid's faces when viewed from a specific platform. Coincidence? Maybe. But when structures align to celestial events across time and culture, we tend to take notice. Stonehenge does it. The Egyptian pyramids do it. The Mayan temples do it. You don't align buildings to the stars by accident. And yet we're told these were built by accident, by farmers. In the 1800s, without plans, without ritual, without ever once noticing that the sun kissed the corners at the longest day of the year. Seems like a stretch. But if they weren't made by 19th century farmers, then who? That's the heart of the mystery. Because by the time Europeans arrived in the Canary Islands in the 15th century, the indigenous Guanches native Berber-descended people of the island had already been pushed into marginal existence. They had no known writing system, no metallurgy, no boats capable of inter-island travel, let alone crossing oceans. But they did build mounds. They did embalm their dead. They did worship mountain spirits and build in stone. They were a mystery even to the Spanish, who described them as tall, light-skinned, and strange. Some chroniclers noted that they built pyramidal structures out of stone, possibly for religious purposes. Others said they venerated the sun. And some oral traditions hinted at an older race of people long gone who had built structures of power before the Guanches ever arrived. Which leaves us with two possibilities. Either the Guanches built the pyramids themselves, and their capabilities have been deeply underestimated, or they inherited them from someone else. Now we're venturing into myth territory. But let's not pretend myth is worthless. Myth is memory's storage device. Compressed, garbled, non-linear but rooted in something. And across the Atlantic world, we see similar motifs: step pyramids, solstice alignments, seafaring gods. In Mesoamerican lore, there's the legend of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god who sailed east, promising to return. In Egypt, the Benben stone rises from the waters of chaos. In the Canary Islands, the oldest Guanche stories speak of gods who came from the sky, or the sea, or both. Perhaps these stories are symbolic, or perhaps they're echoing something else, a shared source, a civilization lost to memory but preserved in stone. Or maybe, just maybe, the truth is simpler. Maybe the pyramids of Guimar are exactly what they appear to be: old, purposeful, sacred. And we've just lost the key to understanding them, because we're looking at them through the wrong lens. We're asking who built them, when we should be asking, why do we forget them? Why does our history always erase the in-between? The cultures that weren't quite empires, the builders who weren't quite kings, the structures that don't quite fit. Maybe the pyramids of Guimar were part of a network, a line of sight across oceans, a breadcrumb trail, a signal to something bigger. But the signal failed. The culture vanished. The meaning rotted. And now we stand on the terraces and shrug. But sometimes forgetting is an act of violence. And sometimes remembering is a revolution. Maybe the real reason we don't know what the Guimar pyramids are is because knowing would unmake too much of what we believe about how civilizations rise, about how they travel, about what gets remembered, and who gets to remember it.